Мне там, короче, прикинь, какая хуйня была, я не заметил, когда запускал. У меня кодировщик там был, короче, устаревший какой-то. А может он там и не показывал, нужно было обновить сначала этот ОБС. И у меня написано, что мой кодировщик устаревший. Я поменял его. Это, короче, в кодировщике, походу, было дело все. Сейчас посмотрим в гонке, как оно покажет. Ну, должно быть по-любому уже получше. Но там кодировщик у меня устаревший стоял. Видать, надо было, короче, обновить, короче, там кодировщики эти все. Я не заметил этого момента. Сейчас, секунду. Сервак поменял тоже, да. Все поменял, все обновил. ОБС. И обновил ОБС, короче, и мне там кодировщик, я заглянул в кодировщик, а там у меня, короче, галочка, что устаревший кодировщик, ёпта-ресеты. Я думаю, что за хуйня, блядь. Сейчас в катке посмотрим. Я интернет перезагрузил, короче, всю хуйню, блядь. Потому что в основном я не перезагружаю этот интернет-роутер. Он у меня, короче, всю дорогу работает. Я туда вообще никогда не лезу. Ну давай посмотрим сейчас в катке. Классика, да? Я просто, короче, не обновляю постоянно этот ОБС. Я раз обновил, у меня, короче, там плагины разные слетели. Они там что-то пофиксили, эти плагины. И их установить уже нельзя было. Знал бы, я бы не обновлял бы, блядь. Только из-за этого. Нужные плагины, короче. Для меня были. Сейчас их уже установить нельзя сюда. После этих обновлений, блядь. Ебучих. Это не я просто не вижу нихуя. Солнце шпарит, пиздец тут мне в окно. Шторы не помогают нихуя вообще. Еду по памяти. Да, вижу, заебись вообще все. Кодировщик ебучий, блядь. Не тот стоял, который нужно. Ну, вернее, устаревший. Теперь надо будет обновлять винду, хотел сказать винду. БС-ку, короче. Ну, я так понял, если не обновляешь, то и кодировщики там старые, блядь, уже стоят. Устаревшие. Хуёво работают. А может быть и новый, если бы я туда в кодировщик заглянул бы, там было бы у меня написано устаревший. Я просто туда не заглядывал. Я только сервер поменял и все. Нихуя не вижу, ребята, реально, пиздец. И темная трасса какая-то, блядь. Нихуя тут в этом планшете яркости не хватает на такие моменты. Раз. Это Василий пропал, сегодня нет его что-то. Сегодня погода охуенная, будет шашели жарить где-то. Опять Токио, ёпкалыманы. Такая шустрый пиздец. Еле убежал. Шестьсот 46 заездов там кто-то наебашил, ёбаный рот, пиздец. Да сколько часов интересно, блин. Сорок 48 часов стрим запустить, чтобы 600 заездов сделать или нет. Или еще больше. И вот этот, сука, чуть не убился, короче, об него. Блядь, жопой своей, хуй знает, где он там ездит, блядь. Эх, рано, рано. Пираты, хуята, блядь. Ты наломал и вышел. Кого ждешь? Слушай, ультима пиздец, блядь, улетела. А, меня ждешь, наверное, да? Рисовать тебе или что? Или сам идешь? Какой-то, походу, читак на этом, блядь, ультиме. Сейчас плюс ума. Там комната битком, блядь, ты найдешь что хоть. Он на нас зато нашел. Давай. Так, может, быстрее получится. Ёбаный в рот, блядь. Хотел по бортику проехать, а она перескочила его. Чела. Надо было уже тогда не по бортику ехать. Короче, ошибся. По бортику ехать я неправильно заехал. Но сначала изначально я по бортику не собирался ехать. Я тут выскочил, блядь, на красной хуете этой своей мострове. И у меня мысли мои попутал. Планы, короче. Hello. Лерейто нихуя нема. Тут как с щитаками надо. Смотришь, что в комнате. Если рейто нету, закрываешь комнату и ищешь другую. Потому что там, где комната, ребята будут с рейтингом, там даже если приедешь где-то посередине, рейд прибавится, а не снимется. А тут, блядь, снимать только будет. Если где-то натупишь. Короче, драм такой себе. С 10 на пятерочку. Если честно. Ну ладно, на шестерочку. Ну это они тут бегают. Прятались. Здесь, блядь. Я вот он меня пошел на этом трамплине, да, наверное, скорочил. Хуй знает, короче, где он меня обошел, но где-то обошел. Он до почки обошел, а где, как, неизвестно. И когда я там плохо проехал. Там стенки пооблизывал, может быть. Блять, этот вышел с рейтингом на... Пара. И это с рейтинга вышел, блядь. Остались ты да я. Все, нет никого. Сейчас дроп пошел хорош. Вот такой я люблю. Драм. Эх, не получилось под стеночкой проехать. Но я очень хотел. Да, по концовый драм пошел хорош. Можно его оставить себе. Коллекцию прям от баса его. Теплер, блядь. Сейчас закончится музло, пойдем по рэпчику, чуть-чуть пробежимся. Он уже и заканчивается. Конец уже. И был конец.
You told me yours a business, just didn't know the business was death. But the silk felt so good. He drapes me in silk, but he breathes on the floor. He kisses my lips when he heads for the war.
The suit off
Shotgun, kitten in the drawer.
my Brooklyn lover.
I can't take no
Ёбаная дуга, ебать, задержала меня.
Satin pillows, weeping willows, deep billows of the smoke from the steel willows. I miss the romance with the war dance, slow glance at the foe. Now the core pants, I'm stacking the rhymes for the darkest of times. Walking the crimes while the church bell chimes. Triple eternal, love is paternal, but the war is external and the hate is nocturnal. I bought her the Tiffany, she gave me the epiphany, a vicious symphony. On the street level litany and blood on the lace. I flood in the place, I flood in the chase, in the blood in the face. We down on the terrace, ignoring the perilous, storing the heinous for the fans who was curious.
Приехала передо мной, да, это было? Нет, на шестом месте приехал. Ебать, задержала голова меня.
Armani defiance and the lethal reliance. I top the Beretta in the soft cashmere sweater. There's nobody better at the Brooklyn vendetta. She washes the stains from the Gucci and grains, ignoring the pains for the luxury gains. It's silk and sword offs, death when the God calls, breaking the law off, taking the mask off.
Is it the money or the way he moves? A kingdom built on broken rules. I'm a queen in a cage made of gold and red. Lace and lead, silk and shred, love and dead. I paid at the bedroom a vicious shade of red. I give her the world and I take a man's life. The Brooklyn hustler in this beautiful wife. One more night, just one more night. He told me his silk. He told me his silk. He told me his silk. Told me his silk. He told me he was a businessman. I just didn't know the business was dead.
It's a beautiful day in the sky. No fans, no stress. It's family. Wait, what's that car doing on the corner? Yo, get down! Sun glistening, neighborhood listening, baptism christening, while the ice is glistening. Checking on the grill, everybody chill until the black sedan slides over the hill. The vibe shifts sudden, the blood starts flooding, the cadence is thudding, the violence is budding. Shuffle internal, the summer's nocturnal, infernal, maternal, the pain is eternal. I see the spark from the window, the dark from the indie, the mark on the Kindle in the shattering window. Plates are breaking, grandmas are shaking, lives are taken while the killers are making. I reach for the peaks in the middle of the feast. The beast is released from the west to the east. It's a barbecue battle, the rhythm of the rattle, the human cattle, and the vicious saddle.
Sunshine and laughter turned into rain. Summer in Brooklyn feels like the pain. Cover the children, hide from the lead. The cookout is over, the table is red.
Bullets are flying, the mothers are crying, the vicious are dying, the angels are sighing. I'm stacking the bodies at family parties. The rhythm is heartless, the night is the darkest. I die behind the cooler, the streets only ruler, the schooler of the Tula, and the final defooler. I counted the rounds, the terrible sounds, the vicious bounds of the hunting hounds. They hit the hydrant, the water is vibrant, the tyrant is silent, and the action is violent. I cocked up and aimed, the target was named, the glory was claimed, and the enemy tamed. Quadruple flips while the topper drips, the clip slips, and the logic trips. The potato salad is mixed with the ballad, the valid, valid, and the viciously pallid. Look at the table. Look at the table.
Я заходил, вот, когда недавно, да, Сафир с этих фаеров, А9, который уже, надо было у него узнать, я забыл, вообще с головы вылетело. Они там эти фаеры катают, как там, на стриме у кого-то, или там у них чат есть свой. Группа, я имею в виду. Я бы там этот заходил бы на стрим, давайте налутать. Да, подключу, если я не забуду. Проблем вообще. Слушай, а у тебя что, на телевизоре чата нету, если ты на телевизоре смотришь стрим? У меня на телевизоре чат идет без этого чата. Встроенного, как я делал когда-то. Ты там на телевизоре посмотри в настройках. Вот у тебя чат выключенный. Он там должен быть у тебя в YouTube. Он уже не нужен этот чат.
Internal rhyme architecture, quadruple word artillery. Every line of weapon, every bar mystery. I'm the shadow of the borough. Posts in the veins, rapid fire stanzas, quadruple rhyme chains. Cadence slides, flips, bends on the cake. Every breath measured, every pause is thick. Triple layer wordplay, staccato bursts and swings. Quadruple rhymes detonate. Heavy as chains flow behind the beat. Sudden stops and hits. Listeners trapped in the streets, rhythm never quits. I'm at the city in bars, pulsing every crack. Breath control surgical, every line of playback. Internal rhymes explode, triple twist collide. Mercury streaks eternal, nothing left to hide.
Flow through the streets, let the mercury shine. Triple
Там внизу, короче, где лайки и качество, там есть чат. Его можно включить, можно выключить. Возможно, у тебя он выключенный. Подруби его. И у тебя будет показывать. А, я понял. Так что, по телевизоре тоже зависает чат, или что? Короче, ладно. У меня уже чат, кстати, этот, у всех раньше была проблема, сколько там, полгода, да, назад где-то, чат мог зависнуть. Уже пофиксили давно уже, вроде не зависает, уже не того. Эх, Лави, пиздец. Ты залагала, короче, игра, блин. Ты их пропустил из-за лага.
Chemistry is destiny, blasphemy to the recipe, penalty for the heresy. I'm the remedy for the lethargy. I'm cooking the code, hooking the node, looking for the load on the poison road. Triple time crime, sublime with the grind. Climb through the slime for the nickel and the dime. I'm mixing the fentanyl with the digital mentally, fixing the remedy for the street monumentally. The lab is a temple.
Сейчас я подведу. Надо отлить. Именно с паузы.
In the shadowy cantons, the fumes are lethal, the rooms are evil, the tombs for the people under the church steeple. It's naked reality,
slow.
Rapid fire toxin, boxing the oxygen, locking the logic in, shocking the origin. I'm the biohazard, the street level wizard, ripping through the blizzard with a cold-blooded gizzard. Quadruple internal, journal is infernal, eternal, diurnal, kernel of the vernal. I'm jacking the shipments, hacking the equipments, packing the attachments for the final commitments. The market is saturated, the target is isolated, the target is calculated, and the heart is violated. I seen the users turn to losers, the choosers, the bruisers, the cruisers in the sewers, with the modern accusers. I'm serving the plague in the bow so vague, swerving the vague like a maverick vague. Brooklyn infection, the final rejection, the spinal injection for the mass recollection.
One drop, that's all it takes to reset the burn. You want the high? You gotta pay with your soul. Cash or false.
Toxic logic, chaotic, exotic, narcotic, hypnotic, robotic, erotic, despotic, neurotic, syllabic, aquatic. I'm bumping the waist in the middle of the taste, shutting the haste with a pistol to the face.
Clean up in high 04, Brooklyn is 9.
Used to build tombs out of limestone now. Rebuild them out of silicone and chrome. I'm not just the king, I'm the blueprint. Look at the skyline, that's my resume. I'm the chrome pharaoh, the golden arrow, the flight of the arrow, the path that's narrow, long-plated service, fanatical observers, radical preservers, but the hustle deservers. I'm stacking the pyramids, hacking the near kids, cracking the thin lids for the royalty clean bids.
Ну, 4 мне там, да, закинуло? У меня просто в то время, когда у тебя зависал чат, у меня тоже зависало. Нужно было перезаводить. Это у всех была такая хуета. Это в Ютубе там что-то было. А сейчас уже давно такого нет. Ну, лично у меня давно уже нету.
On the obelisk, ignoring the progress, storing the cob, whisking the diamond filled bob. This I'm ancient but modern, patience is sodden. The nations have fallen while the scripture is golden. I keep a sphinx in the penthouse, a jinx for the sit house, blinks for the vent house where the money is spent house, quadruple flips.
Поэтому я тебе когда я говорил, смотри этот чат в этом творческой студии, там он никогда не лагал, чат творческой студии. Он, типа, если смотришь на телефоне там или на тельчике, там еще где мог лагать, затупить у всех, но у меня так было. А вот в творческой студии никогда он не лагал, все нормально. Но мне не тяжело сделать, но просто если уже есть... Раньше ж чата не было на этом. Я чуть не помню, был он, да, не было вроде. Чат он на телевизоре. А YouTube что-то обновил опять эту хуйню, блядь. И типа уже он появился. Да, не было чата же. Когда на телевизоре смотрел, не было чата. И из-за этого и делал. Да мне тяжело типа сделать. Только он там дублироваться будет всю дорогу. Блядь. Низко. Ладно, сейчас докурю, поедем нормально.
Drama, stupid for the comma, in the techno nirvana. The flicker is quicker, the liquor is thicker, the vicar is a slicker. For the unholy sticker, I'm bleaching in the kitchen, spitching the bitching, switching and pitching. While the reaper is inching, it's mental decay. In the digital way, the rental for the day is the price you must pay.
Trapped in the wire, lost in the screen.
У тебя когда последний раз чат зависал, Борис?
You've ever seen
Digital purgatory,
digital purgatory.
no way to escape.
Just a
Наверное, как у меня где-то, блядь,
the shade.
месяца 4 назад или полгода уже прошло, хуй его знает. Время летит пиздец.
The mental don't matter.
Даже, может, и больше.
Splatter on a silver platter. I'm screaming in cold on the loneliest road. The heaviest load that I ever bestowed. Quadruple stacking, the sanity's cracking, the shadows are tracking, the spirit is lacking.
Ну вот, я же говорю, пофиксили эту всю хуйту.
Copping the whistles of the street level thistles. I'm buffered and suffered, roughed and unmuffled, tougher than unshuffled in the digital scuffle. My identity is leaking, the memory is shrieking, the enemy is seeking why the system.
То у всех такая была проблема.
Everything is destroyed, the people I employ are the ones I avoid. I'm a ghost in a shell, a host in a hell, a post in the well where the darkness fell.
Have you ever seen a port crash? I'm losing my connection. Wait,
Вот кайф. Солнце
who's that
ушло.
behind the firewall? Is that me?
Видимо, совсем другая.
System failure, mental jailer, vicious tailor, blood on the sailor, hacked in the soul,
Только в этой игре
losing control.
люди засыпают, мафия просыпается.
Shooting the vein, moving the gain of a miserable same. Purgatory is infinite, vicious and definite. The limit is minimal, the spirit is criminal.
Connection.
Кто помнит такую игру?
Purgatory.
I can't tell if I'm
Картишки
awake.
игра.
I can't tell if I'm awake. I can't tell if I'm awake.
I can't tell. I can't tell if I'm awake.
Ну, стрим, это говорю, стрим. А чат этот, сюда ему сюда подрубить, это вообще проблем нету. Через этот Streamlabs включается это все.
Yeah, when he talk, I converse in decimals. Federal levels rebel on the pedestal. Credit the debit embedded in rhetoric. That it in veteran settling petty wars. Bankroll the bankroll. Fold in the gold mold what they sold. Slow over payroll, control the patrol. Roll with a scroll full of codes untold. Cold face, no trace. Bold case, no chase. Low stakes, high
Там
rates.
чаты, блядь, совещания разные всякие можно сделать. Прикольно. Можешь готовые сделать. Вот, типа включить, а можешь свои подрубить там.
I disassemble teams, paper chase, but I pace the race with grace in the face of disgrace. Case by case, I lace the space with bass that shake, show database. No hook, just bars, no shine, just scars. Cold math, cold facts, all stats, all scars. Yeah. Shit. It's a noose, bro. Don't standing on Gallows Hill. Yeah. The rain is freezing, the blazing is wheezing, the wheezing is treason. It's hunting season. We talk to the feds, now you're losing your head. Sleeping in beds, made of copper and leads. I'm the executioner, the street law distributioner, no substitutioner for the rap constitutioner. Triple layer pain, blood in the drain, stain in the grain, and you're miserable, no name. I watched you waver, I watched you savor the flavor of the favor from the lawman and slaver. It's sold out the block for a reduced clock. Now you're facing the lock and the final shock. The brownstone is watching, the reaper is notching, the shadows are blotching, and the plan is debauching.
Манда какая-то меня сбила и убила сама там где-то. Походу не убили ее. Робсон, походу, да?
Mentally agile, but loyalty statue
Меня сбил. Ну да.
A crown for your head after everything's said. Quadruple internal, betrayal is vernal, infernal, maternal. The pain is eternal, no filter, no mercy. Your soul is a heresy, Brooklyn courtesy. For the fake and the courtesy, I'm walking you up to the edge of the ledge, breaking the pledge in the sharpened wedge. The facts can't save you, the witness deprave you, the silence engrave you, and the shame that gave you. Don't cry now.
Там молнии синие просто были, а болидов там кроме нас и не осталось больше.
But it won't wash away the paperwork you signed. Say your prayers to the pavement. Snitch, bitch, bitch, switch, rich, hit. I'm digging the hole in the mud, in the pitch. One shot for the homies, one shot for the block, one shot for the traitor who talked to the top. Gallows Hill, we don't forget. We don't forgive.
Это долбоёбы, блядь, пиздец. Хватает же таких идиотов, да?
Encryption. We have the cloud, but the blood is still as red as it was in 72. Welcome to the upgrade. Check the architecture, lecture the inspector, vector the sector. I'm the primary collector. I move luxurious, dangerously serious. The interior's hide, making enemies delirious. Triple layer hustle, quadruple player muscle. Syllables tussle in the concrete bustle. I'm the dawn with the data, the swarm with the scatter. Barrier trader in the carbon elevator. I'm shifting the weight, lifting the gate, gifting the fate to the snakes at the plate. Quadruple stack racks, contract the facts, impact the tracks with the knack for the acts. My currency is crypto, my urgency is zip slow. Burgundy the drip flow, certain leader with ghosts. A mafioso refined, technically designed.
Написал бы там, блядь, ник нахуй. Раздуй райд. Базару нет. И рисуй себе сколько хочешь его, блядь.
Money, power, blood, it's all the same.
I'm dining with the directors, aligning the protectors, refining the detectives of the project rejectors. I keep a cold wallet in the code of disposition. Fold every prophet who opposes the mission. I'm surgical with mercury, murder every perjury. Burglar in the nursery of the industry surgery. I seen the rise and the fall, the size of it all, the lies in the hall, and the writing on the wall. I'm a hustler with a PhD, a monster on the PT. Responsible for the vicious and the ghost in the TV. The syndicate is stateless, the predicate is weightless, the etiquette is fateless, but the revenue is limitless. I'm stocking the binary, refining the library, climbing the fiery stairway to the bribery. Brooklyn royalty, demanding your loyalty, spoiling the soil with the blood and the oilty.
The city is a motherboard, and I just pulled the plug on your relevance. Watch the lights go out, one brownstone at a time.
Syllable, tillable, limitless, minimal, digital, criminal. Spirit is livable, pivotal, never subliminal, visual. I'm breaking the code, taking the road, shaking the load that I ever bestowed. I'm the king of the sector, the sting of the rector, the wing of the specter, the thing you can't vector.
The family is eternal. The data.
Там вообще там жестко вас по интернету пиздуют, я так понимаю.
Every scripture has an ending.
Где-то мне попадаются шорты
Has a braid.
блогеров, ютуберов ваших.
Brooklyn is closing its eyes.
Они там плачут за это все.
Lay the roses down on the Brooklyn ground.
Все как хуёво, блядь.
The king had lost his crown without a single sound. Forgive us for the sin, for the lives we've been in.
Now the end begins. The final benediction, the street level fiction, the vicious addiction, and the total conviction. I close in the book on the path that I took, the king and the crook, and the way that I shook. The pull internal, the legacy's vernal, infernal, maternal. The pain is eternal. I gave you the scripture, the naked picture, the vicious mixture of the Brooklyn fixture. I'm the last of the Mohicans, the first of the beacons, the weekends of deacons, while the industry leakins. I built this cathedral out of needles and evil for the people so regal under the shadow of the evil.
chips in the basket. Don't ask it, just task it and viciously mask it. I'm wearing a shroud, standing so proud while the crowd's loud under the darkest of clouds. I conquered the Medina, the vicious arena, the cleaner demeanor, and the hustler hyena. Quadruple rhymes for the end of the times, the chimes of the crimes, and the lowest of climbs. I leave you the blueprint, the digital new print, the viewprint and blueprint with the mafioso hue print. I'm history now, a vicious vow, a brow and a plow, and a final bow. The scriptures are sealed, the truth is revealed, the field is healed, and the power yield. Goodbye to the project, the king and the subject, the object of neglect, and the final respect. Hallelujah, the king is going home. Hallelujah, the streets are not alone.
Quadruple stack syllables, lyrical, miracle, spiritual, empirical, spiritual, lyrical. I'm leaving the essence in every presence, the luminescence of street adolescence. I fought the good fight in the darkest.
Но если уже типа поджимает, там интересно чем-то закончится.
Silent to silence is blind with the tyrant. It's defiant in the scripture. Scripture is reliant. Scripture closed. The king is dead. Long live the king. Brooklyn. 2026.
Every scripture has an ending. Every scripture has an ending.
Every scripture. Every scripture. Every scripture has an ending.
Every scripture has an ending.
Yeah. Yeah. Yo, I glide like crime in this prime time slot. My sharp as a guillotine, fine tune the chop. Top tier engineer. Fear in the ear, crystal clear when I steer through the atmosphere. Chrome metaphors load and explode when spoken. Flow ferocious, devoted to motion. Ocean of quotables float with the sharks. Dark hearts carved in the bark of a heart. Reclined in a pocket. Confidence solid, polished and brolic, knowledge symbolic, wallets and logic, profits exotic, modest I doubt it, I route it, atomic, black draft syntax, impact, compact, contact, combat, crack through the format, autograph bars, carved in the doormat, hard as a contract, target intact, triple A mayor player, prayer slayer, spray vapor through skyscraper elevators, draft after draft, I craft like a blacksmith, language, vanquish any rap click. Precision, incision, collision, division, militant vision, decision, provision. Synthesis, endless, relentless, tremendous. Minute to minute, I pivot, prolific. Heavy is the hand that holds the mic. Steady when the deadliest roll at night. Hammer fall, glamour raw, velvet glove, but the middle bite. I glide like crime in this prime time slot. Mind sharp as a guillotine, fine team of chop, top tier engineer. Fear in the air, crystal clear when I steer through the atmosphere. Chrome metaphors load and explode when spoken. Flow ferocious, devoted emotion. Ocean of portable flow.
Блять, это бочки получились тупо негативные.
Recline in the pocket, confidence solid, polished and brolic, knowledge symbolic, bollocs and logic, profits exotic, modest I doubt it, I route it atomic.
Я сейчас перезайду игру, потому что мне тут не видно, кто там на первой позиции. Посмотрю, сколько мне рейту нужно. И вернусь. Если достаточно, то буду арену катать. И потом второй этот, пока вот
time slide, slide, slide. I glide, I glide like crime, crime time slide, slide. I glide like crime, I glide like crime, I glide like crime in this prime time slide. I glide like crime in this prime time slide. I glide like crime in this prime time slide. Yeah, I glide, 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 I glide like crime. I glide like crime. I glide like
Засыпали этой рекламой, аж третий раз затупило. Рекламой, предложениями своими. Так, все тут. Классика. А вот, ну еще. Надо еще, да? Так, запоминаем, сколько там у него рейта. 870, да, короче, 2770.
Turn nothing into everything out to me. I make the meal, I break the wheel, I shake the grill of enemies. I the hill, I beg the skill, I fake the chill of penalties. We run the block, we done the flock, we stun the clock. We're heavy, we shun the lock, we turn the rock, we won the shot of every state. I'm a concrete alchemist, turning the absolute poverty strictly to gold. Operating exactly the way that the heavily ancient prophecies told. I mix up the syllables exactly like a heavily dangerous chemical, leaving the fake rappers completely and absolutely identical. The flow is a heavy artillery, fine, absolutely relentless, leaving the entire perimeter entirely violently senseless. I don't stop breathing, your absolute heavy caliber. I keep the concrete bleeding, the undisputed challenger. I study the absolute heavy, completely violent curriculum, operating strictly on the heaviest maximum minimum. I'll analyze all of the heavy geometry built in the pyramids, watching the absolutely heavily, violently crying kids. We built an economy out of the absolutely heavy dust, operating completely, strictly, entirely without trust. I look at the microphone exactly like it's a heavily loaded weapon, knowing exactly where my completely heavy boots are stepping. I twist up the heavy linguistics, breaking the absolute dictionary, operating
Интересно, а где это Андрюха или не Андрюха? Какая?
assassin dodging the absolutely heavy matrix, leaving the competitors completely learning the basics. I chop up the samples, dropping the heavily absolute knowledge, giving the entire generation of violently heavy college. You listening to the absolutely heavy architect of the sound, putting the entire competition completely under the ground. I carved my entirely heavy initials right into the monument, looking at all of the absolutely heavy violent document. The Brooklyn DNA is strictly permanently immortalized, leaving
А ловит 3800. Я не делюсь, если это Василий. Хотя, хуй.
I'm thinking the moves, I'm breaking the rules, I'm taking the jewels from the catalyst. A violent regime, a silent extreme, and all in the schemes for the catalyst. We loading the iron, we holding the lion, we molding the silent of syndicates. The paper paper is stacked, the capers track, the traders attack when it indicates. I sit in the boardroom, watching the numbers completely manipulate decimals. Counting the profit, watching the show accounts become totally immeasurable. I laundered the cash through the real estate, buying up all of the properties.
Какая рэп вот это усилий? Новый там неплохой.
But I am the ultimate predator, stripping the flesh off the bone, and I'm acting as heavily creditor. We bleeding the system, dodging the heavy and violent indictments, living entirely off of the dangerous, absolute excitements. Look at the fractional, completely so tactical, moving so practical. I am the architect, making the intellect absolutely so
Я имею в виду ник свой.
watching the currency with heavy urgency, avoiding emergency, cutting the middleman out of the huddle plan, strictly a surgical. I look at the ledger, the
Василий сегодня, наверное, не докаток. Пасха сегодня. Всех католиков, кстати, с Пасхой. And I am the heavy executive, executing the absolute vision completely, violently consecutive. You trapping for sneakers, I'm trapping for generational equity, trapped in the heavy, psychological, completely violent complexity. Парашюты.
Analyze the deficit, making sure it's exquisite, every move is requisite, paying the visit, asking to miss it, strictly so implicit. We moving the heavy narcotics directly across the perimeters, slicing the absolute pie up and acting as heavy distributors. The feds got the carrots completely recording the intersections, so I got the underground tunnels avoiding the inspections. You glorify death in your lyrics, but I am the one who administers, standing inside of the shadows entirely, alongside the ministers. I close up the books, I lock up the absolute heavy mahogany safe, wiping the bricks from the metal to make sure the entire perimeter safe. The millions are hidden, completely, entirely untraceable, making the Brooklyn B&A absolutely irreplaceable. I walk to the window, looking directly right over the avenue, wondering exactly what all of it is heavy money gonna happen to. The blood in the letter was permanent, seeping right into the paperwork, doing exactly the absolute necessary, violently dangerous work.
Blood on the silk.
Yeah, look in my eyes, count the bodies.
Smiling at the top, but the devil's in the basement.
Yeah, fuck a silver spoon. I was fed with a rusty blade. Every dollar in my pocket got a history and shade. It pays the elevation, but despise the gritty calm. I had to weaponize my mind just to monopolize the time. Niggas plotting on my throne, breathing heavy through the wire. I'm sipping dark, carry on, watching the whole city catch fire. This ain't rap, this is organized structural dominance, leaving hollow point holes in your fake ass confidence. I stepped out the mud with a tailor-made suit. You still begging for a branch, I'm ripping up the root. You talking about the struggle like you read it in the book. I was shaking down the demons for the pennies that they took. Feds snapping photographs, lenses all up in my face, trying to build a Rico, trying to orchestrate the case with the Teflon and stick. The alibi is airtight. I control the heavy shadows in the middle of the night. Bitches whisper my name like a cursed incantation. I'm the absolute pinnacle of this old generation. A masterpiece of violence painted on a canvas of grief. I'm the undisputed king. You just a temporary thief.
They see the penthouse. They don't see the pavement. Blood on the silk.
Trust nobody, keep the chamber full.
Smiling at the top.
Там подзависло, да?
Let the ash fall slow from the tip of the cigar. I got scars on my soul that I shine every star. If I gotta go to hell, I'm buying up the front row. I mastered the mechanics of the shit you'll never know. Every verse is a bullet, every stanza is the casket. Put your morals in the bag, put your prayers in the basket. This is raw, this is ugly, this is beautifully obscene. The most terrifying architect the streets have ever seen. Yeah. Yeah. The price just went up. Yeah. The price just went up. I walk in the boardroom, smelling like a warlord. Looking at the executives acting completely bored. They wearing thin stripes, smoking on the thin pipes. Looking at the heavy, completely, absolutely violent type. Again, because I'm from the gutter that I cannot calculate. Waiting for the heavy baritone to absolutely manipulate. I slap the heavy leather briefcase right onto the mahogany, staring at the heavily, absolutely cowardly project. I tell them the percentages, strictly the advantages. Heavily, absolute violent damages. You boys are playing with stocks, I'm playing with human lives. Dealing with the heavily, absolute violent, completely knives. The corporate structure is exactly like the heavily violent corners, leaving the absolute completely heavily mourners. The only difference is the weapon is a perfectly crafted pen, sitting inside of the absolutely heavily violent dead. I'm reading the contract, finding the loophole, taking the profit and digging a new hole. You thought you could cross me, you thought you could boss me. I'm making it certain that you're gonna lose me. I'm buying the building, I'm firing the chairman. I'm stepping completely right over the bad man. I take the seat at the head of the heavily shells of this table, making sure the entire structure is completely stable. I look the CEO directly up in his absolutely shaking eyes, watching his completely heavily absolute coward demise. I own the majority shares, I bought them through heavily shells, sending his absolutely entire corporates heavily into hell. The Brooklyn DNA is taking over the heavily violent globe, wearing the heavily expensive, absolutely completely roll. We washing the street money right through the heavily violent banks, rising up completely through the heavily absolutely race. From the heavily violent project strictly to the absolutely pinnacle, leaving the absolutely entire competition completely cynical. I like the heavily expensive cigar with the signed contract, making the entirely heavily absolutely violent contact. Blood ties and stripes, exactly absolutely same thing. Completely violent king. I'm reading the contract. I'm reading the contract. I'm reading the contract. I'm reading the contract. I'm reading the contract.
Сарабон расхуярился там где-то. Я же всех подбил, походу. Ну да. Сарабон на дисквал ушел.
Trying to survive in the absolute best way we can. I carry the coffin, wearing the black tailored suit. The tree in the neighborhood rocking right down at the root. He was only 15, he hadn't even learned how to drive. Just trying to hustle a dollar to keep his family alive. Caught in the crossfire of a war that he didn't start. A straight hollow bring bullet completely ripping apart his heart. I look at the picture, he reading from the heavy scripture, but the holy water can't clean up this absolute bloody picture. We numbing the pain with the liquor and heavy medication. Lost in the middle of a deeply traumatized generation. It's muffless screaming, collapsing right onto the dirt. A heavy primal whale of absolute unimaginable hurt. I try to hold her up, but the gravity is entirely too strong. We living in a universe where everything is completely wrong. She grabs my lapel, she looks me right in the eyes, screaming, why did my baby boy have to be the one that dies? I didn't have an answer, I swallowed the heavy lump in my throat, feeling like a heavy anchor dragging down a sinking boat. The system is built as a trap, an absolute heavy maze, keeping us locked in a permanent violent haze. They fund the police, but they cut the budget for the schools, treating the kids in the projects like expendable fools. I handed her a heavy envelope filled up with the cash, but money can't resurrect the body from the heavy ash. We building empires on top of graveyards. I leave the cemetery, driving back to the heavy estate, trying to brilliantly escape my heavy, violent fate. I walk through the marble halls completely and utterly alone, hearing the echoes of the voices inside of the stone. I made it up out of the gutter, I beat the heavy statistics, mastering all of the absolute violent ballistics. But I would trade every dollar, every dime, and every car just to erase every single heavy psychological scar. I sit in the shower, letting the hot water completely scald me. Remember when every single name that the neighborhood called me. The survivors built as a heavy physical weight, sitting on my chest and strictly deciding my day. I'm speaking directly to the youth standing on the corner. Before you become the absolute next heavily mourned mourner, the streets do not love you, the loyalty is a heavy myth. You're trading your absolute life for a temporary gift. Put down the metal, picks up the heavy book, stop taking advice from these heavily traumatized crooks. I am the goose of the future, warning you from the pinnacle before your entire existence.
Высоко бочку взял.
The Brooklyn DNA is a story of absolute survival. Waiting for the heavy peace, to live.
Я этих впереди хуй наводишь вообще, блядь. На роботе катают, походу. Круглосуточно робот включают и катают нахуй.
Four inches of ballistic glass between me and the Reaper. Tinted out the windows, watching how the wind blows, looking for the assassins hiding inside the shadows. The leather is immaculate, the tension is so accurate. Counting up the minutes, waiting for the to calculate. I'm trapped inside the vehicle, everything is spherical. Praying to the heavens for a heavy kind of miracle. The bulletproof limousine, straight out of a magazine, hiding the reality behind the heavy smoke screen. I got the fully automatic, resting in the fabric. Mine is going frantic, strictly feeling schizophrenic. The money is a prison cell, living in the living hell. Waiting for the ringing of the heavy tolling funeral bell. I'm looking at the driver, wondering if he a survivor.
Реальные фанаты восьмерки живут там, в этой игре, блядь.
Wondering if we can keep this entire thing together. The enemies are multiplying, everybody is lying, even the closest relatives strictly out here spying. You reach the heavy pinnacle, feeling so cynical. Everything around you is completely, utterly clinical. No genuine affection, strictly for protection. Moving through the city with a heavy intersection. The isolation deafening, the silence is so threatening. Waiting for the violence that is absolutely beckoning. Trust nobody, not even a reflection. I signed a heavy contract, waiting for the contact. Moving through the city in a heavy state of combat. The diamonds are reflecting, the feds are inspecting. Everybody plotting, strictly, absolutely disrespecting. The heavy paranoia creeping while the city is sleeping. Looking at the mothers that are absolutely weeping. I built a heavy fortress, dealing with the sorceress. Navigating through a completely corrupted process. The millions in the briefcase, looking at the two-face. Trying to maintain the lead in this heavy rat race. The bulletproof glass, watching how the hours pass. Wondering how long this heavy empire was gonna last. I'm sitting in the backseat, looking at the concrete, listening to the rhythm of my own heavy heartbeat. The luxury is suffocating, the demons are all waiting. Everybody in the city strictly busy debating when the king is gonna tumble, when the walls will crumble. Waiting for the heavy baritone to finally mumble, but I keep the iron clutch, remaining untouched. Moving through the darkness,
Вот еще одна
absolutely fully rushed. The
хуета.
bulletproof sanctuary, driving to the cemetery. This is the life of a heavily burdened
Хера не
lonely.
попадался тоже.
Preliminary.
Когда ежедневки катал. Один раз.
Preliminary. I saw the paperwork. Yeah. You signed your own name. Yeah. I checked the locks on the door. Paranoia in my veins. Hit to the concrete floor, trying to break these heavy chains. I noticed the subtle shifts, the way that you look away, the heavy emotional whips, the words that you didn't say. You asking me questions about the heavy logistics, trying to document all of the absolute statistics. Wearing a bulky sweater up in the middle of July, sweating profusely and absolutely unable to look in my eye. I hired a private detective to follow your vehicle, hoping to God that the heavy reality was a miracle. But he brought me the photographs right to the penthouse suite, showing you shaking hands with the absolute heavy police. We slept on the same mattress, yeah. We slept on the same mattress when the heating got shut off. I gave you my coat when you had that heavy violent cough. We stole from the corner store just to feed your little sister. I patched up your hands when the concrete gave you a blister. When your father walked out, I was the one who held you down. We promised each other we'd take over this entire town. We bled on the same pavement, took the same heavy beatings. Now you sitting in the precinct having confidential meetings. You traded 20 years of brotherhood for a reduced sentence, leaving me to handle the absolute heavy repentance. I saw the paperwork. I saw the paperwork. I saw the paperwork. I called you up to the suite, told you we needed to celebrate. Poured you a glass of the vintage, making you absolutely elevate. You smiled and you toasted the loyalty, acting completely immaculate. I know my shooters were standing outside and completely so accurate. it. I slid the manila folder completely across the heavy mahogany. Watching the color drain out of your face, a beautiful tragedy. You started to stutter, you started to lumble, you dropping the glass. Realizing the heavy sand in the hourglass is absolutely past. I asked you a single question, was my freedom worth the price? You crying and begging and telling me you didn't want to roll the dice. I saw the paperwork. I saw the paperwork.
Так, где-то меня сбил, наверное, или кто? Не знаю. Ну, какую-то поганку я уебашил. Может, ту, которую нужно было.
I lost my right hand, man. I murdered my own brother. Now I gotta go down and lie to your weeping mother. This is the new reality. The absolute heavy car standing at the top of the mountain, realizing everything I lost. I saw the paperwork. I saw the paperwork.
Хотя вряд ли, это Вьетнам, скорее всего, и пизданул меня.
Selling umbrellas in a hurricane. Stomach, yeah. Stomach rumbling, the refrigerator echoing poverty and heavy coat. The devil doing the tailoring. We trading food stamps for a momentary high. Watching the neighborhood mothers wipe the tears from their eyes. It's systematic, tragic the way they package the panic from dodging the static, keeping the plastic up in the attic. They build a prison cell before they build a new school. Throw you in the deep end and laugh when you drown in the pool. I seen a straight A student catch a hollow plea shell just for walking down the wall side of this concrete hell. Ain't no Hollywood endings, no glamorous lights, just the flash of red and blue cutting through the cold night. Look at the infrastructure, designed just to trust you. The judge dropped the gavel, ain't no time for discussion. We dying over sneaker brands, bleeding over colors. Generation after generation, burying our brother had to weaponize the pain, quickly griefing the ink. They poisoning the water that my community drink. I'm spitting naked truths, leaving the microphone bleeding. I am the only heavy voice that the ghetto was needed, so put the truck on the pavement, draw the yellow tape line. Every syllable I spit is strictly ahead of its time. I traded my innocence just to survive the winter. A masterpiece painted by a heavy-hearted sinner. Selling umbrellas in a hurricane. He paved over the basketball court to build a coffee shop. The ghosts are getting restless.
When the streets call your name, ain't no running from the game.
Grew up in the belly of the concrete beast, where the sun rose broke and hope deceased. Mama worked double shifts, couldn't pay the lease. Little brother crying, all she gave was peace. I watched the corner boy stack green and flash. Told myself one day I flip that cash. Never thought the road of dreams runs through the ash, through funerals and sirens and the sound of glass. See, I spit the truth wrapped in razor wire. Every bar testimony, every word of fire. Lost my man June to a case of mistaken identity. The block took him fast with cold sincerity. I wrote his name in every rhyme I ever penned. Told a story so the world could comprehend that behind every statistic was a son of a friend. A dreamer with a story that don't have to end.
We rise,
Even when they bury us alone.
even when they bury us alone. We fight.
Even when we got
Кроваться пиздец. Как по-бырому. Я хуй знаю, что они там, как они едут, не знаю. Это такое ощущение, что скорости побольше. Этих айсов.
every night a call to rise above the concrete and the sprawl. Now I stand before the mic like a monument. My pain is documented, permanent. Every word a covenant with every
Может, ты не прав, но такое ощущение у меня. Или просто видит все четко.
Now or never. So when you hear this beat and feel the drums knock, think about the ones who never made it off the block. This rap ain't entertainment, it's a ticket clock. A love letter written over dead bolt locks. I carry all their names inside my chest. Biggie L.
Ну, просто такая бы, даже если четко, там где-то сзади со спины хуй его знает. Это как надо ебашить-то.
Red clay holds everything you put in it.
Every seed,
Everybody.
every secret.
And it don't forget.
Down in the clay country where the pines go tall. A man could disappear and nobody
Перед
makes
вышел.
the call to the county or the
Спасибо
people or
тебе.
the precinct hall because some disappearances were called it all. They were called the natural order. The fall of the
Я его даже не заметил, что он
what
под
they
этот.
recall as their place. The wall, invisible and all. Consuming our carrying and this is before the sprawl of city swallowed up the evidence entire.
Can I get it testified? For every soul they tried to rectify. Into submission tried to dignify. Their power by attempting to crucify.
The ones who wouldn't bow, can I get a witness? To the red clay country, select the fitness. For memory, it remembers the richness. A soil made for more than just the thickness of topsoil made from everything it holds. My great grandmother's brother was found in the red clay in 1931. They called it misadventure. The
То
family
есть эта
called
хуйта
it
едет, вот тупо и мешается, блядь.
This is what Tuesday looks like here. I say his name. Cornelius James Washington. He was 22. He played harmonica. He was learning to read. He had a girl he wanted to marry. Her name was Pearl. I say his name because the red clay never announced it.
slow. The red clay holds the seed and the body equal.
Fast.
Meaning nothing gets more ceremony than the sequel
Slow.
of seasons. Spring comes anyway.
Fast.
Comes anyway. The soil has no evil.
Slow. It just
The
received
evil is the hand that placed, but the clay received the ban.
of men who fought the earth would keep their secrets.
But I am here and I am speaking, and the red clay can't delete it.
Cornelius James Washington. Pearl.
Нихуя себе, Боря, поздравляю с прошедшим.
Red clay holds everything,
Здоровья тебе.
including the truth.
Я ж откуда знал-то? Так вот поздравил.
Iron Gate,
Ты там хоть прибухнул вчера чуть-чуть или как?
Golden State. Only kings know the weight, the weight, the weight, the weight, the weight, the weight,
Yeah.
the weight.
I move through the
Нихуя
cipher like
себе.
the phantom blade, wrapped in black silk.
Мне вот летом будет сколько?
In the scroll of the ancient
42 или 41, я уже сам не помню.
36 chambers,
41 вроде, или 42.
My tongue is a sword and the breath is a quest. East meets west, where the cosmos compress. Yeah. The pawns move first and they innerly fire. While kings stay back, plotting empires higher. Every move calculated, never for hire. My word born is the oath.
Я 28, блядь, и здорово. Не хочу даже эти года читать свои.
Never owned seeds scattered in the concrete. Never shown what the roots grow deep past the bedrock stone.
The iron never rests. In God we trust. The cipher holds us.
Come to battle with your weak metaphors. I've been sharpening since 1984. Syllables collide like tectonic floors. 7 deadly rhymes behind 7 locked doors. My pen bleeds ancient ink from warrior lore. Every bar is discipline, every line is war.
По стенам быстрее едем, блядь, чем я потрачу, да, ровный.
Food for the hungry and the poor. At the end of the cipher, the smoke starts to clear. Nothing left standing but the truth and the fear that we wasted too many years in the mirror when the past path to the mountain was always right here.
Не пьешь, я понял.
Iron gates,
До 100 лет хочешь прожить?
iron gates,
Iron gates, motor stake.
iron gates.
Iron gates.
Сейчас, секунду, подойду.
The salamander crowned himself in fire. Empire, desire, every liar in the choir called him sire. Admire the architecture of the tyrant. Higher, the architect who builds the pyre entire. Civilization stacked on borrowed wire. The empire breeds and lasts, and I retire. The metaphor, I mean the truth is higher. Every throne is built above a funeral fire.
I walked the Hall of Kings before the walls were built. I watched ambition curdle in the gilded guilt. The salamander cannot shed the skin that wilt. Add into centuries of blood and silk. Beneath the monument, the myth, the hilt of every sword that carved the map and spilt the future in the fragments. What was built on stolen ground will crumble to the hilt.
He speaks. The salamander lives in flame and thinks the flame is home. He does not know that what sustains him also means he cannot leave. The crown that feeds you is the crown that chains you. Every fire, empire, desire ends the same. The salamander always becomes the ash that crowns the next one. So here I stand beyond allegory now. The mic is not a scepter, it's a plow. I turn the soil of silence, disavow the salamander and his birding vow to keep us feeding flames and wondering how the cycle keeps recycling. Sacred cow of power, I refuse could take the bow of subjects. I am standing upright now. Every crown is borrowed, every fire ends.
100 лет, да, говоришь? Ну тут 100 лет, не 100 лет, ну как раз, возможно, если уже роботы ездят, доставки, да? Ты же знаешь, как у вас там в стране доставки, короче, привозят. Ну, наверное, если доживешь, по-любому уже вместо девчонок эти будут роботы. Куклы, короче, блядь. Ходить, короче, там, кушать, готовить, уборки делать и все остальное. Немного не пиздеть. Это в то время уже роботы были обслуживать. В любом, блядь, обслуживании.
Dear father, I found a napkin in your coat last winter. The one with all the streets you drew in red ink. I recognize the turf you made for the hill near your mother's house. You drew it every time from memory, never once looked it up. I carry that hill now, it lives somewhere between my ribs. I think it's what people mean when they say home.
I mapped the distance between your sacrifice and my success.
Found the units were in years, not miles.
I calculated every border crossing every test.
And the math kept coming back to your two hands.
Coordinates of courage pressed into my chest.
Если, конечно, до того времени еще друг друга не перепиздуем на этой планете Земля.
He said, I drew the map so you would never be lost. You were never lost. You were always the destination.
Да я видел. При памяти 100 лет не знаю.
Study 2019. Chronic exposure to systemic inequality produces measurable cortisol elevation in subjects aged 6 to 11. The body learns to brace itself before it learns to read.
The cortisol orbital, corporeal categorical compression of the marginalized. Rhetorical is insufficient. The neurological is real. The hippocampal illogical response to threat hardwired from the methodological.
Ты просто погугли долгожители какой страны тут у нас на планете. В какой стране есть долгожители? Самое большее. Еще не употребляют. Я когда последний раз, ну я вообще не гуглил, я просто так наткнулся на это. Это Куба было когда-то. Ну что говорят доложители? Мы любим друг друга, занимаемся любовью, курим сигары и пьем кот. Вот наш секрет долголетия.
We were designed to break the cage. Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself
До такого возраста
to new experience.
жить, если даже хочешь, хуй дадут, блядь.
The body can also learn to open.
Да, я об этом тоже подумал.
There is a kind of silence that arrives.
Ну, у них танцы, типа, радость жизни, типа, постоянная музыка играет на улице.
But 3 weeks later, when the name stops appearing in your phone, and you realize you never deleted it. I kept the voicemail for 11 months post-mortem. Played it every morning like the ritual, the chorus of the life she never finished. Still important.
Когда ты живешь не в какой-то такой, типа, знаешь, обстановке, угнетающей тебя. Выходишь на улицу, людей музыка играет, люди радуются жизни. Возможно, это тоже играет большую роль для этого.
Going at 23. Mom, I used to say that grief is just love with nowhere left to go. And I believed her until the love had nowhere left. And I was standing at the corner of her memory with both hands full of everything she taught me. You're nobody to give it to. I made this track so you would know that somewhere in the world someone held that grief so long it became a song. And somewhere in that song it's still water. It's still water. Runs the deepest. There is a kind of silence that arrives.
Все, 2800 сделали. И здесь закончили сеткой на этом аккаунте. Сейчас по Берому арена и следующий аккаунт.
cannon with tungsten running warm inside my sleeves.
The block made alloys weak and some that withstood weather. Weak ones bent together at the sight of pressure. Strong ones held each other through the weather or not. We make it talks, birds of a feather. Who knew that saying meant enduring? Leather. I'm still in the decision to remain. Tether yourself to something real. The thread and tether of purpose hold it. Sever nothing that holds you together.
I've been working 6 of the 4 sun ride. Walk the rooftop, every door cut short as
Glass.
more 40 blocks because the bus fare wasn't there.
Anyway, they told me that a man like me
From a block like these,
from a block like this.
had a ceiling built for the dimensions of my ambition.
I think about that.
When I'm standing somewhere, the ceiling was supposed to be.
Looking up at open sky. You called from a payphone in the rain and I drove 4 hours.
Nobody handed me a blueprint. Nobody handed me a key. I watched truck burn and chose a different heat degree. I watched who begged and chose the alloy. Nobody couldn't foresee. I carry every name of every person who believed. I planted every seed I had before I had to leave. Tungsten saints don't burn up. Tungsten saints just breathe.
I wanna tell you what that phone call cost, not the quarter. The cost of being 26. And not knowing one thing, you thought you know about 26. I stood in the rain outside that gas station and decided something. The person who drove 4 hours deserved to have driven for a reason. That's the tungsten, the decision in the rain.
The saints called
Вот несложная трасса тут попалась. Вот здесь, наверное, программка, не знаю, в конце там должна нам или нет. А нет, там не было. Спирали тут в начале, да? Похуй туда.
A woman raised 4 children alone. No historical record. Only the memory of those children. Status preserved.
Ну туда лучше прыгать, я думаю,
Risk of
да?
loss high.
Для защиты так будет
One
лучше.
corner, one son, my 17 seasons of ceremony. An
Most of
elder
them.
who held every family name in her memory. A barbershop with 3 generations built their testimony. A church choir nobody could replicate in any colony. A language built from scratch, its own astronomy of naming things beyond the textbook's hegemony.
recipes that carried whole geography from south to north. Window gardens on fire escapes. Beauty born for worth. Let space transformed. The archive of the block is every elder on his stoop. The living clock.
I found a photograph.
At an estate sale on a
думаю,
Tuesday,
что нет.
nobody came to claim it. The woman in the photograph is laughing, not smiling for the camera, actually laughing at something entirely outside the frame. The laugh stayed, whatever caused it left. Shit was real. I paid $3. I don't know her name, I know her laugh. That's enough. I am her archivist now.
That every grandmother who pressed the recipe into muscle memory. The daughters who pressed it into theirs across the century. Without a cookbook, just a hand guiding the hand through sensory. Archival love that no institution ever made inventory. Every elder with the commentary is a living sanctuary. Every voice that tells the story has been necessary. Counter narrative to erasure. Revolutionary in the most essential sense. Ordinary. Tuesday becomes extraordinary when the archivist is ready.
We remember because we must.
Эх, если бы на финише накосячил 93 миллисекунд бы, да, убрал бы. Ну ладно, похуй.
The name that no one says anymore. We say the names, we say the names, we say the names.
The archive is empirical. for lyrical, spherical, satirical. The memory is tactical, magical, grammatical, radical. The testimony is historical, rhetorical, categorical. The preservation is methodical, diabolical in its refusal to be erased. The paradoxes of institutions claiming what the community unlocks. From generation to generation, the dead boats and locks. We nothing to the story, casting kitchens after dark.
Dear woman in the photograph, I don't know what you were laughing at. I have theories. I think someone you loved said something ridiculous and got the timing exactly right. I catch a photograph because someone should, because you threw your head back and the whole world was in that laugh for a second, and it deserves a witness. I am your witness. This is why the archive matters more than stone. Why every name I speak reverses what was done to silence. Every story is a bone of evidence that someone stood beneath the sun and loved and lost and was alone and kept going. I will not be one who lets the laugh in the photograph unknown go unwitnessed. I am the archivist, the one who pays $3 and takes the photograph home. Archive entry 848. The rapper who paid $3 and made our laugh. Part of a permanent record. Status preserved.
I asked for mercy at the quarter of my worst decision, in a parking lot at 4 in the morning, with the kind of prayer that has no structure, just the sound a person makes when they run out of the ability to pretend. I asked with both hands on the hood of a borrowed car, and the fluorescent lights buzzing like witnesses who had seen this before. It didn't come like lightning, rushing never does. It came like Tuesday, ordinary because the extraordinary wears the clothes of pause. The unremarkable, the morning, coffee calls for gratitude. The body's still intact because of something I can't name. Every clause of the universe conspiring in the flaws of ordinary life to give just enough. Mercy came slowly, then the days began to open. Then weeks accumulated, then months became a pattern. The seasons turned, and I was somewhere else. Then I understood what mercy actually was. Not rescue, the time to do the work. Then the velocity increased, accelerate, immaculate, articulate, rack the rate, grace moves. Once you stop fighting, incomprehensible, unstoppable. Let it in, let it in, let it in, let it in.
At full speed, mercy looks like luck to those outside, but the struck by grace know every cost of every ride. Every red light run on every road I tried. Every hit I took while holding what I carry was pride. The velocity of mercy carries everything you brought into the speed. The weight becomes the lesson, not the cost. Let me tell you what I actually am. I am not the miracle. I am what remains after the miracle moves on. I am not the rescue. I am the shore you find yourself standing on after the rescue was colder than described. I am the ordinary morning after the extraordinary night. I am the coffee getting done. I am the sun doing what the sun does, whether you deserve it or not. That is mercy. Just enough. And just enough is everything.
After velocity comes stillness, not the stillness of the feet, the stillness of a ride with the quiet that has earned itself. I almost didn't like this track, I thought it would sound soft. And I thought about every person I drove alone at 4 in the morning. He didn't something to tell them, the parking lot brand counted, the borrowed car counted, the hands on the hood counted. I made this for that person, keep going.
I the velocity of mercy measured in survived years. I am the acceleration of truth after the fears dissolves, the open road clears. For those who keep the wheel, the atmosphere of grace is available to those who persevere. Not perfectly, just sincerely. Mercy. Never asked for perfect, just sincere. I asked at a gas station. I am here. I am here. A parking lot prayer counted. It always counted. 47 steps from the front door to the corner where they took him. I counted every morning after. Still do.
1, the doors been shut behind the boy who left for school. 2, his mother checks the clock, a ritual woman rule. 3, the blocks between their world and the cruel. 4, decisions made by strangers with the tool. 5, a power, the system in the pool. 7 through 12, the years she split the dough. 8 of his absence filling every full moon. 13, when she finally broke the lull of silence and demanded 47 steps and still no answer from the precinct on the hill. And she walked those 47 steps each dawn and every season through the snow and through the heat of July pavement, through the April rain that made the chalk wash off the memorial mural that the neighborhood repainted every spring without being asked, because the community remember even when the headlines moved on, even when the news cycle fed itself to the next tragedy, even when the sun became a number in the database nobody searched.
47 steps, not miles, not mountain steps.
The distance between the kitchen table and the place they took what she raised for 19 years and 47 steps.
I don't have bars for this part. I don't have schemes or flows or double entendres. I just have the image of her still counting 47 steps every morning, 'cause counting is the only way she knows he was real. He would have been 41 this year. I still count. I think I always will. Sound is never destroyed, only transformed. Every word ever spoken still exists, somewhere in the physics of the universe. Every name, every laugh in a photograph, every payphone call at 4 a.m., every prayer at a gas station, still here, still oscillating, still real.
I wrote this album while the borrowing room's not supposed to hold what I was carrying. Each word exposed a frequency I wasn't sure would land. Disclosed to air and ears and asphalt. I composed 15 reasons why the story stays unclosed by Jeff for silence. Permanent, I froze. Each voice inside this record, and it goes on oscillating past the end of what we know. This album started with a woman on a stoop in the borough trying to loop the story in the failure. Every group of neighbors was a crime stat, but the soup was on the stove. The community already built. The oral history already ran its route from grandmother to grandchild. No brute force of erasure could reroute the truth. The block remembered everything they tried to mute. Every name on every track is oscillating still. Every frequency laid the tape is working every seal of every car radio in every neighborhood until the speaker finds the person that it was designed to fill. Every voice was someone standing on a hill of circumstance, choosing sound over silence. It will reach you wherever you are driving tonight. It will.
Every name I spoke is oscillating, reverberate, articulate, perpetuate beyond the gate of death. Nothing dissipate, that was spoken truly. Nothing true is temporary. Nothing loved is ever really gone. Every frequency remains. Every frequency remains.
The voice of the woman in the photograph is energy. The payphone call at 4 a.m. is energy. The prayer at the gas station is energy. The name no record kept is energy. The grandmother's recipe is energy. The 47 steps are energy. Transformed, not destroyed. The physics does not make exceptions for things we wish were temporary. Everything remains.
Built this from zero.
Bar by bar.
They called me nothing, I answered star.
I ain't cipher bands, but
А,
pose the
звонки.
star.
47
Сейчас
steps,
извиняюсь,
never
мне
too
звонят.
far.
Я
Kept the
снимаю, плюс.
voicemail, proof they were. Can I get a witness? Yes, to what we are. Down in the clay, near and far. Empirical record, raise the bar.
You be dope as
Every block and boulevard,
the photograph woman's life.
still in the air.
The frequency of truth vibrates at the register of consequence. No sinister institutional permission needed. The minister is the microphone. The minister is the block. Truth is the professor of its own persistence. I was here.
And the physics is clear. Here is permanent.
To the woman counting 47 steps every morning. To the photographer drawing streaks from memory. To the elder in the red clay who was 22. To the boy at the gas station at 4 a.m. To the grandmother who pressed recipes into muscle memory. To the woman in the photograph going to head back. To the researcher who stopped calling it the field. To the Turks then safe who picked up the payphone in the rain.
You are on the physics now. You are oscillating. I made this record. So the physics would have somewhere to hold you. Blood, ink, and gold. Sound is never destroyed. Sound is never destroyed.
Yeah, 3 years.
Researcher note. The longer I remain in the field, the less certain I am about which side of the notebook I'm on.
The subject, community congregates at the designated intersection, exhibiting oral tradition as the primary method of connection to empirical, lyrical, spherical,
я тут, едем дальше.
dominant narratives and indigenous recollection. Technology serving as collective identity projection. Field note.
I have been here 3 years, and I do not know what I am studying anymore.
Yo, we stand on the corner because that's where we know each other. Because the corner is the living room, nobody forecloses, brother. The elder on that stoop remembers your grandmother by name. Calls you what she called you, not the system's name. We built the language of this block from under every structure they design. Your field notes cannot hold the weight of what this corner costs. Put down the recorder. Stand here. I move through the academy like I move through the block. Slow, certain, reading every room before I unlock my vocabulary. The luxury of fluency in the talk of multiple worlds as you choose your own clock. I slow roll through their conference rooms and walk the halls built to make me small. I debark from smallness permanently. I carry both the rocks of scholarship and the weight of what the block produced.
I am the
I
block.
slow roll.
The aggregation of informal networks
We look out
primarily functions as compensatory,
when nobody comes.
empirical evidence
We already knew
that communal bonds provide the protective
love is data.
factor
The data confirms. We always knew.
that we built something here
Real.
that no study can fully hold.
We are the meth hide.
We are the field.
I came here with a clipboard and a question. 3 years later, I have many clipboards. The question was, how do communities survive? The answer is love. It was always love. I have filled 17 notebooks with the data of love, and I am
Да,
not sure
хотел
the
попробовать
institution will accept
покатать
love as a finding.
сетки
But
сегодня,
love is
но
the
там не
finding.
было времени
Everything
для
else
этого.
is footnote.
The ivory tower with its walls to keep the knowledge of the black from cause and sleep.
Таким
It's with the
путем.
literature, but the seeds we reap from concrete soil are permanent. Speed a sin of those they tried to make creep beneath the threshold. We move the heap of evidence. Our credentials are our bodies standing here. Some load of survival. My grandfather.
Couldn't read the signs that said where he could drink, but he could read the sky before a storm, could read the soil for what it needed, could read the faces of dangerous men before they knew their own intentions. He had a library no institution could have built or burned.
I am the anthropologist who became the field site. I am the field site that produced the anthropologists. I carry both the
Это планка пиздец твоя, блядь. Вот они не попадаются, всю дорогу на ней, потому что она нихуя не поворачивает просто.
This is the scholarship. This is the ride.
Она летит 520, но повороты по сравнению с болидом, блядь, там вообще нету поворотов.
The study is over. The love continues.
My little brother pushed out front the first. Then like my cousin moved in L shapes. Worst and best directions simultaneously. Cursed with options. Bishop cuts the diagonal. Dispersed across the border circumstance. Rehearsed. The rook my father. Straight lines. Coerced. Into corners. Castle grapple. Shackled. Tackled. Immersed. In systems queen. My mother. Unrehearsed. Power moving every direction. Keep myself reverse. Engineering every rule until my universe. The kinder board I studied and traversed.
The rain came down the day we set the board in the park, and Marcus wiped the pieces dry, already dark, with premonition raindrops on the roof like bark of ancient trees. The puddles held a remark from the sky about the future, like a watermark pressed into the paper of the day. Embark on any move and feel the rain remark upon the consequence, the match a landmark between the life we had and what we need to start. He thinks this is a game of pieces. It is a game of patience. He moves his queen like certainty. I move my knight like weather. You never know exactly where it lands until it lands. I have been patient longer than he has been certain. The rain is on my side. It always rains on the patient.
I see the end game from here.
I saw it 3 moves ago.
The night is pinned.
The king is tired.
I castled into safety.
Safety is another word for stalemate.
We've been playing since we were 12.
We'll be playing when we're 90. The board gets washed away by rain, and we set it up again.
Every prophet came from somewhere low. Before the crown, there was the corner.
I grew up with a bodega, was the back with malt liquor bottles, lined the fire rate. Philosophers and Timbs on every plate. Professors of survival, never got they rate. My man Dre sold dreams from a stolen car. The NBA in the streets, off the chart. He quoted Malcolm with a Glock near his heart. That's Harlem's version of the fine art.
They said, boy, you never make it past the block. I said, watch me flip the script and break the lock. My vocabulary hit harder than the dock. Work a hauling freight at 6 o'clock. I rhyme in triple time, no analog clock. Can keep pace with the frequency I stock. Supply and demand, I control the dock of knowledge. Yeah, I move around the clock. Corner store profit, eyes wide open. Everything you need is right where you're standing.
Yeah, Miss Jackson 215 never missed the prayer. Way Southern kids on nothing but hot air and love. The kind of feels the stairwell there, the smell of rice and beans. Beyond compare, she told me, son, the Lord provides for those who plant their seeds in water. What they chose, I planted rhymes in notebooks, paper rolls. Now watch the garden bloom beyond what no one knows.
They built a Whole Foods where the rec center stood. We placed the court where we understood each other without words. Brotherhood, now it's avocado toast in the neighborhood. I ain't bitter, just observing what I see. The erasure of a culture's memory, but we still here, we still free. The block remembers even when you flee. years of business, I just didn't know the business was death. But the silk felt so good. He drapes me in silk, but he breathes on the floor. He kisses my lips and he heads for the wall.
Suit off shotgun.
Shotgun, kidding in the drug.
My Brooklyn lover.
I can't take no more.
But I stay for the glitter and the gore. Stacking pillows, weeping pillows, beat pillows of the smoke from the steel willows. I mix the romance with the war dance, slow glance at the foe. Now the core pants, I'm stacking the rhymes for the darkest of times. Walking the crimes while the church bell chimes. Triple internal, love is paternal, but the war is external and the hate is nocturnal. I wrote her to Tiffany, she gave me the epiphany, a vicious symphony on the street level litany and blood on the lace. I flood in the place, I flood in the chase, in the bud in the vase. We down on the terrace, ignoring the perilous, storing the heinous for the fans who were curious. Look, I'm brutal with the truth. I'm censored in the booth. Wasted my youth chasing gold for the tooth. She loves the vision. I love the precision. The vicious decision. The surgical incision. Quadruple flips. Blood on her lips. Sinking the ships.
Окей, то что ж он успокоит меня? Сейчас.
I tuck the Beretta in the soft cashmere sweater. There's nobody better at the Brooklyn vendetta. She washes the stains from the Gucci and grains, ignoring the pains for the luxury gains. It's silk and sword offs. Death when the God calls, breaking the law offs, taking the mask off.
Is it the money or the way he moves? A kingdom built on broken rules. I'm a queen in a cage made of gold and red. Lace and leaf, silk and shred, love and dead. I paid at the bedroom a vicious shade of red. I give her the world and I take a man's life. A Brooklyn hustler in this beautiful wife. One more night, just one more night. He told me his silk. He told me his silk. He told me his silk. Told me his silk. He told me he was a businessman. I just didn't know the business was dead.
It's a beautiful day in the sky. No fence, no stress, just family. Wait, what's that car doing on the corner? Yo, get down! Sun glistening, neighborhood listening, baptism christening, while the ice is glistening, checking on the grill. Everybody chill until the blacks the dance slides over the hill. The vibe shifts sudden, the blood starts flooding, the cadence is thudding, the violence is budding. Shuffle internal, the summer's nocturnal, infernal, maternal, the pain is eternal. I see the spark from the window, the dark from the indie, the mark on the Kindle in the shattering window. Plates are breaking, grandmas are shaking, lives are taken while the killers are making. I reach for the peaks in the middle of the feast. The beast is released from the west to the east. It's a barbecue battle, the rhythm of the rattle, the human cattle, and the vicious saddle.
Sunshine and laughter turned into rain. Summer in Brooklyn feels like the pain. Cover the children, hide from the lead. The cookout is over, the table is red.
Bullets are flying, the mothers are
Ладно,
crying,
поехали.
the vicious are dying.
Не дадут покатать, короче, да. Звонками, блядь.
The night is the darkest. I die behind the cooler. The streets only ruler. The schooler of the tooler. In the final beef fooler. I counted the rounds. The terrible sounds. The vicious bounds of the hunting hounds. They hit the hydrant. The water is vibrant. The tyrant is silent. And the action is violent. I cocked up an aim. The target was named. The glory was claimed. And the enemy tamed. Quadruple flips while the topper drips. The clip slips. And the logic trips. The potato salad is mixed with the ballad, the invalid, valid, and the viciously pallid. Look at the table. Look at the table. The ribs are cold. The ice is melting. But my cousin ain't breathing. Who authorized this? Who?
I'm tracking the plates, I locking the gates. The fates of the associates in the vicious estates. I find them by sundown. The neighborhood run down and gun down, fun down in the Brooklyn
it. The cookout is holy, the vengeance is slowly, the scrolly and goalie for the one and only.
Don't let the kids see the side, bro. This, take them inside. The cookout's over. Pass the hot sauce, man. Pass the hot sauce, man.
Slippery night, hum. The streets run like mercury, slippery, lethal. Watch your step.
I'm the liquid metal and avenues, mercury. When the grind, triple rhymes twist, double syllables align. Cadence flips fast, slow like molten streams. Every bar reflective, catches it in dreams. Eternal rhymes clash, quadruple layers ignite. Flow switches sudden, rapid fire night. Breath control tight, tone slicing through beats. Bars heavy like steel streets, echo repeats. Corners whisper sequence, I translate the stanzas. Triple wordplay collisions, quadruple rhyme bonanzas. I move unseen, architect the rhythm and tone. Every line leak through every bar milestone.
Mercury dripping, silk bass shakes the spine. Rapid fire stands a syntax intertwined.
Internal rhyme architecture, quadruple word artillery. Every line a weapon, every bar mystery. I'm the shadow of the burrow, pulse in the veins. Rapid fire stanzas, quadruple rhyme chains. Cadence slides, flips, bends on the cake. Every breath measured, every pause is thick. Triple layer wordplay, staccato bursts and swings. Quadruple rhymes detonate. Heaviest kings flow behind the beat. Sudden stops and hits. Listeners trapped in the streets, rhythm never quits. I'm at the city in bars, pulsing every crack. Breath control surgical, every line of playback. Internal rhymes explode, triple twist collide. Mercury streaks eternal, nothing left to hide.
Flow through the streets, let the mercury shine. Triple layer rhymes hitting.
Блядь, ну что, последний не покупаем? Что?
The night is alive, the
Привет.
city remembers and the streets needs to
Flow
survive.
through the streets,
Flow, 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 flow,
flow through the streets.
flow, flow, flow,
Yeah. Architect the post, flow engineer at night, rapid fire syllables. Cadence hits right, triple quadruple rhymes. Layer for precision, bars heavy, lyrical mass, technical incision. Breath control parried, staccato get laid back. Every line a hammer, bar stack or track. Listeners carving this floor, mind locked to James. Mercury streets rain, river never rains. Internal words cascade, triple quadruple artillery. Every bar reflection, every line history. Flow dance, cans twist, the pocket's mine. Mercury streets eternal, every word aside.
flow through the streets.
Сейчас, короче, 10 билетов тут откатаю. Сразу начну. Да, наверное, сразу, да, или как? Ну, посмотрим сейчас. Я планировал сразу, типа, начать арену. На втором аккаунте. На втором, на следующем, надо так сказать. Быстро пиздануть, там его тоже.
Chemistry is destiny, blasphemy to the recipe.
Bottom seat.
For the heresy, I'm the remedy for the lethargy. I'm cooking the code, booking the node, looking for the load on the poison road. Triple time crime, sublime with the grind. Climb through the slime for the.
В общем, глянь, может, я даже посмотрим по времени сейчас. Сегодня длинного стрима не будет, как всегда, по воскресеньям. Глянем, чекнем, короче, по времени. Буду катать арену, не буду. Мне, в принципе, что то, блядь, ничего там не принесет на аккаунт больше призов. Просто развлекаемся в этом, да, и все. Quadruple internal, journal is infernal, eternal, diurnal, kernel of the vernal. I'm tracking the shipments, hacking the equipment, packing the attachments for the final commitments. The market is saturated, the target is isolated, the target is
calculated and the heart is violated. I seen the users turn to losers, the choosers, the bruisers, the cruisers in the sewers with the modern accusers. I'm serving the plague and the bout so vague, swerving the vague like a maverick vague. Brooklyn infection, the final rejection, the spinal injection for the mass recollection.
One drop. That's all it takes to reset the boat. You want the high? You gotta pay with your soul.
Toxic logic, chaotic, exotic, narcotic, hypnotic, robotic, erotic, despotic, neurotic, syllabic, aquatic. I'm bumping the waist in the middle of the taste, shirting the haste with a pistol to the face.
Clean up in high 04, Brooklyn is 9.
Used to build tombs out of limestone now.
Это
Rebuild
я.
out of silicone and chrome. I'm not just the king, I'm the blueprint. Look at the skyline, that's my resume. I'm the chrome pharaoh, the bone in the marrow, the flight of the arrow, the path
Франко вообще тут нахуй менять не знаю.
radical preservers, but the hustle deservers. I'm stacking the pyramids, hacking the near kids, cracking the fear lids for the royalty cleared bids, triple wordplay. Every third day, blur what the birds say, blurred in the word frame. I'm shining like mercury.
Что бы поменять интересно?
Syllable surgery, technical mergery. The pharaoh of the projects, the king with the objects. Reject the subjects, what the vicious prospects. I'm Egyptian with the friction.
Я на следующий экран там подумал, на что ее поменять нужно. Пока здесь еще. Каким составом я иду?
I dine on the obelisk, ignoring the progress, storing the cobwebs, skin the diamond filled bobs. I'm ancient but modern, patience is sodden. The nations have fallen while the scripture is golden. I keep a sphinx in the penthouse, a jinx for the sit house.
Я вообще на обычный план крутит. Красный с черным можно поменять. И там, в принципе, четвертую тачку можно любую поставить. Сцену, ультиму, там тачек много, блядь. Управлением все было хорошим, да и все. Здесь нитро.
Before the certain chrome pharaoh 2022 6
I can't tell if I'm awake or if I'm just another line of code in this nightmare. Is the block real? Are the feds real? Or is this just purgatory?
I'm in digital purgatory, the end of the story, the blood and the glory, the vicious and gory. My mind is a matrix, a violent hatred. The sacred is naked and the vision is faded. I'm trapped in the rhythm, the code algorithm, the schism of prison, in the dark magnetism. Triple eternal, the demons are vernal, infernal, maternal, the struggle's eternal. I'm looping the trauma, grouping the drama, stupid for the comma, in the techno nirvana. The flicker is quicker, the liquor is thicker, the vicar is a slicker. For the unholy sticker, I'm bleaching in the kitchen, spitching the bitching, switching and pitching. While the reaper is inching, it's mental decay. In the digital way, the rental for the day is the price you must pay.
Trapped in the wires, lost in the screen, the loneliest nightmare that you've ever seen.
Digital purgatory,
Digital purgatory,
no way to escape.
just a ghost in the system taking a shade.
Syllable shatter, the mental don't matter, the brain matter, splatter on a silver platter. I'm screaming in code on the loneliest road. The heavy load. Quadruple stacking, the sanity's cracking, the shadows are tracking, the spirit is lacking. I see monsters in the pixels, launching the missiles, counting the whistles of the street level thistles. I'm buffered and suffered, roughed and unmuffled, toughed and unshuffled in the digital scuffle. My identity is leaking, the memory is shrieking, the enemy is seeking while the system is tweaking. I'm paranoid of the void, everything is destroyed. The people I employ are the ones I avoid. I'm a ghost in the shell, a host in the hell, a post in the well where the darkness fell.
Have you ever seen a fort crash? I'm losing my connection. Wait. Who's that behind the firewall? Is that me? Or is that him?
System failure, mental jailer, vicious tailor, blood on the sailor, hacking the soul, taking the toll, losing control, down a black hole. I'm removing the pain, shooting the vein, moving the gain, but miserable same. Purgatory is definite, vicious and definite. The limit is minimal, the spirit is criminal.
Connection lost, re-entering purgatory. Now.
I can't tell if I'm awake. I can't tell if I'm awake. I can't tell if I'm awake.
I can't tell.
I can't tell if I'm awake.
When you talk, I converse in decimals. Federal levels rebel on the pedestal. Credit the debit embedded in rhetoric. Better than veterans settling petty wars. Bankroll, the bankroll. Fold in the gold mold what they sold. Slow over payroll, control the patrol. Roll with a scroll full of codes untold. Cold face, no trace. Bold case, no chase. Low stakes, high rate. Flow brave, vibrates. Black ends, tax trends, backspin. Black pen, crack lens, tap in. Madman. Lapsins. Cavern. Last grand. Before the trap spring. Ledger lines, measure minds, treasure find. Pressure climb. Pleasure in the clever rhyme. Double meaning, triple scheme. Ripple effect. Simple please. I disassemble teams. Paper chase, but I pace the race with grace in the face of disgrace. Case by case, I lace the space with bass that shake, show database. No hook, just bars. No shine, just scars. Cold math, cold facts, all stats, all scars.
Он что там, наверное, поедет точно через Липск, поэтому я не взял эту трассу.
You thought the wire you were wearing was a shield. It's a noose, bro. No standing on Gallows Hill. The rain is freezing, you're blazing is weak. Forgive the sinner, the saint is the inner. No weight of the dinner on the table. I'm kneeling on the pine, tasting the wine, tracing the design of a heavenly line. The pews of the news, the dues of the blues, the views of the bruised and the scuffed up shoes. The ceiling is peeling, the spirit is healing, the cold-blooded feeling of a digital dealer. I saw the dust in the light, dancing in the night, reflecting on the fright of the physical blight. Every brick is a prayer, every step is a snare, in the building that's hollow and empty is care.
Ну и вообще, если немножко попадается в защите, глупо ездить без наличия там.
A bit of display, a little relay, a glitter delay for the deceiver. The preacher is standing, the ties he's demanding, commanding the landing of the soul he's expanding. He's reading the verse, he's
По большому счету.
reading the curse from the disciple. A violent regime, a
Если кому похуй, то это мило.
schemes for the rival.
Просто похуй.
Clean, but his intent is mean. The invisible king of the misery machine. He's
Это не обязательно.
He's telling the rope, he's shelling the dope for the parishioner. A hollowed out care,
Некоторые игроки катают. Защита вообще похуй какая. Идут вперед их защиты, остальных игроков пиздят просто да и всё. В моем случае можно было бы делать и так. Под конец сезона арены вообще похуй. Потом билеты будут, пусть пиздят. Не знаю там что-то. Если билеты будут, под конец кто там их оставляет. Возможно, кто-то и оставляет. Десяточку. Прям под самый конец сезона подъехать. Проехать эти 10 билетов. Ну вряд ли этим игрокам нужен этот миллион виженов. Вот. With dollars in the finance and the silence, that's the science of the violence and the stiff defiance of the street alliance. This ain't a church, it's a perch for the vulture. The final remains of a shattered culture. I am the gold in the marrow and the tears in the rain. The living definition of the stained glass pane. So extinguish the candle, lock the latch, and watch the whole building turn into a patch. The sermon is over, the document is sealed, leaving nothing but the shame in the open field. Blackout. Блин, это сячу в один хуй. Но терпимо типа, да? Ну, присячу в 2 раза. Свои забрали, короче, очки и похуй.
Souls of the broken young men, I saw Marcus on the slab. His eyes were still wide, holding on to the secrets that he carried inside. There was no glory in the story, just a hole in the chest, a permanent vacation, and the final kind of rest. I touched the metal table, it was cold as his skin, a physical manifest of the original sin. He had a mural on the wall and a piece on his head. Now he's just a paragraph of things that were said. It's the residential, sequential, consequential, preferential, essential, the potential of the influential and the poverty, differential. Well, balancing the finance and the silence, that's the science of the violence and the stiff defiance of the street alliance. I see the scars on the brake, the ticks on the clock, the turning of the key and the heavy metal lock. Every shingle is a symbol, every pain is a mingle, in the place where the nerves start to burn and to tingle. The clatter of the matter is the shadow of the ladder, and the batter of the matter making the community sadder. I don't rap, speak for the dead, keeping all the words that were never even said. The ink is drying while the mothers are crying in the world that's built on the foundation of lying. I met a man in the alley, his face was like stone, standing in the shadows all entirely alone. He was the one who signs the forms, the one who keeps the count, calculating the misery in the final amount. He handed me a clip and the faded ID and said,
"This is the only thing that's lesser than me."
He didn't blink, he didn't shake, he didn't even sigh. He just watched the last of his humanity die. The wind blew cold through the copper and the lead, a lullaby written for the ones already dead. I looked at the name, but the photo was blurred, a physical manifest of the things I had heard. The death certificate is signed by the block with a bullet for a stab and a heavy metal shock. Internal, the burn, all the yearn, all the turn, all the lessons you learn, all. Internal, the burn, all the yearn, all the turn, all the lessons you learn, all. Internal, the burn, all the yearn, all the yearn, all the lessons you learn, all the bitter, the glitter, the litter, the shitter, the critter, the quitter. I'm the ink in the storm, the only thing that's warm in the city made of stone in the digital norm. I don't need a hook, I need a witness to the truth, to the fading of the spirit and the wasting of the youth. The architecture of silence is the only thing that stays when the body is buried in the lonely diamond haze.
Блять, я тут накосячил. Ёп, парусоте, блядь. Вари бэтрей, сори.
Dropped on the street. past the old building today, boards on the window. Where my mom used to wave. Cinnamon's gone, man. Just wet concrete and cold rain now. We aren't just aging. We're being a race. Real talk, real talk. I'm clutching to a feeling in the hallway with no light. Dealing with the stealing of the things that felt right. My mother had the magic, kept the tragedy at bay. Now the stove is cold and the walls are turning gray. I remember the laughter, I remember the beat. But now the only warmth is the steam from the street. Was the imp from Whitey Yammer, was the radio low. The more I try to hold it, the faster it let's go. It's the residential, sequential, consequential, preferential, essential, the potential of the influential. While balancing the finance and the silence, that's the science of the violence. And the stuff defiance. I saw Ty on the corner, he was staring at the ground, looking for a brother who was never to be found. The brick is the ledger, the hallway is the ledger. Counting up the souls that we lost on the edge. It's the human fatality, the brutal fatality, the shattered reality of the broken personality. Every mother is a mourner on every dusty corner in the city. That's the furnace and the cold former. The sorrow, the hollow, the follow, the tomorrow, the borrow, the marrow, the bitter, the glitter, the litter, the shitter, the quitter, the quitter. Triple internal, the sorrow was vernal, infernal, maternal, the struggle eternal. I walked into a room, but the closet was bare. Just a single bobby pin and a whisper in the air. I sat on the floor where the carpet was torn, thinking about the day that my spirit was born. I tried to call a cell just to hear the outgoing, but the number was disconnected. No way of knowing that vocal I cherished. That voice in my head is getting real faint now. It's starving for bread. If I lose the sound of her saying my name, then nothing in this fucking world will ever be the same. Protecting the source and neglecting the force of the untouched remorse. The syllable shatter, the mental don't matter. The brain matter splatter, the gravity breaking depravity, shaking the clarity. Take it. I'm fighting for the essence, for the original tribe, keeping the memory and the spirit alive. They can tear down the building, they can pay over the lot, but they'll never take the soul of the only sunshine.
Хорош.
The blood, the bone, and the tears, and the rain, the living definition of the rumbling thing.
Неплохо,
So
блядь.
check it, I walked past the old building today, boards on the window. Check it. Elevator, stop between 12 and 14. It ain't supposed to be a button for where I am. Every building's got a secret, a level they don't put on the blueprint. Welcome to the floor they forgot to build, the 13th floor. Listen, I stepped out the car, the hallway was blacker than tar. Looking for a door that was slightly ajar. The numbers on the walls were written in rust, turning the dreams of the dwellers in the dust. I'm walking the plank, I'm robbing the bank, I'm filling the tank for the pessimist. I hollowed out beam, a swallowed out scream, a followed out dream for the Methodist. The air is too thick, the walls are too sick, watching the flame on the burning wick. This is the place where the names get deleted, where the spirit of the warrior is finally defeated. I saw an old head sitting on a broken crate, polishing a pistol while he negotiated fate. He was faking the moves, he was breaking the rules, he was taking the jewels from the capitalists. A violent regime, a silent extreme, an island of schemes for the catalyst. He didn't blink, he didn't breathe, he didn't even sink. He just stood on the edge of the mental brink. He said, son, this is the level where the shadows grow tall, where the names of the missing are carved in the wall. I looked at his hands, they were covered in gray, the ashes of a memory that faded away. The physics of the floor, I'm climbing the flight, I'm rhyming the night, I'm timing the light on the muralist. A frozen display, a broken relay, a token of great. For the pluralist, there ain't no clocks up here, no ticking of the time. Just a permanent stain and a permanent crime. The architecture of silence is louder on his level. Watching the angel desert with the devil, but balancing the finance and the silence. That's the science of the violence and the stiff defiance of the street alliance. It's a blackout in the
Привет,
soul, a
Максим.
vacuum in the chest.
Добро пожаловать.
The love of living that permanently blessed. I met a woman in
Welcome.
4 She was weaving the shroud, whispering the prayer that was painfully loud. She was leaving the cough, she was leaving the moth, she was
Спасибо.
leaving the froth from the pacifist. A bitter display, a litter relay, a glitter delay for the activist. She looked at my palm, she looked at my stars. She said, you're just another prisoner behind the invisible bars. The floors are loose, the hallway is a trap, a physical error on the city map. If you stay too long, you forget your own face and become another ghost in this God-forsaken place.
Traditional, original, residual, criminal, individual, subliminal.
Да, ну не тогда, конечно, да, плохое. Тачка такая себе. Мне вчера больше она понравилась, чем сегодня.
Yeah, I'm the foundation of the station, the silent meditation, the patient observation of a dying generation. I see the cracks in the monument, the facts in the document, the tax on the continent. All the souls astonished, man. I walk past the corner where the mural used to bloom.
Да, такой себе. А что-то мне вчера она больше понравилась. Я на телефоне вчера этот ее кубок катал. Это мне спиратор залетало вчера охуенно. Сегодня не залетает. Возможно, я, короче, уже этот ездок такой себе стал. Я чуть не забыл, что боты еще толкаются. Что просто последняя попытка. На этом аккаунте невозможно купить этот бензин у меня. Потому что там висят бесплатные заправки, и из-за этого невозможно. Надо постараться тут спиральку издануть. Аккуратненько ты. Нет, не получается мне. Ладно, ну и ладно. Не получилось, не получилось. Мы там ничего не теряем, в принципе. И сегодня прям вот эти 3 попытки жестко не получается. Ну ладно. Still is biting the bone, the king on the frozen throne. I'm looking at a face I used to call my own. There's a tag on the toe, the final curtain of the show. The only kind of surge I the projects ever know. No clocks in this room, just the heavy sin of doom. A physical manifesto of the urban went to bloom. The architecture of sirens is a refrigerated vault, proving that the ending wasn't anybody's fault. It was written in the pavement, signed in the lead. A lullaby for the ones who refused to be fed. I'm drinks in the trauma, the ghost of the drama, the scent of the mama on the jacket. A hollowed out mission, a cold-eyed vision, a precision incision in the racket, and pulled back the sheet. The air felt like defeat. The smell of the formaldehyde mixing with the street. I saw Jason in the corner. He wasn't even the mourner, just the clerk with a. Ты что там смотришь в ТикТоке? Я не знаю. Что там смотришь? Я недавно, короче, этот. Я попался в меня видеоролик от нашего блогера. Он ездил по селам нашим богатым и таким вообще забытыми людьми, можно так сказать, селом. И вот в таком забитом селе, забытом и забитом, он встретил бабушку, которая тоже ТикТоки смотрит только. И он у нее спрашивает: а что вы там смотрите? Она ответила: а ты что смотришь? Ты ответишь? Ну что такое, блядь? Хорошо. Может тут. Ему шутка не длина. Да где ты? Куда там это скинул? Знаешь, у меня там уже история в Ютубе. Ты ее хуй найдешь уже. Хотел на наше село посмотреть. Ну просто вбей в Ютубе. Богатые, бедные села Украины. Возможно, тебя выбить.
to the flashback. I see us right there by the third iron bench, trying to escape from the poverty stench. You were laughing at nothing, you're hearing the breeze, bringing the giant of the city to his knees. We shared the Nathans in the plan for the future. Trying to heal every urban suture. You said, look at the bridge. It's a stairway to heaven. Back when life was a 10 and the struggle was a 7. Now the stairs are all broken. The
Ты
hope is
видишь,
lost,
охуеешь.
and the ugly reality is finally exposed.
Я за брата имею в виду.
Disappearance. I turned and touched your shoulder, but the space was cold. Just another story that already was told. The architecture of silence is claimed. The entirety of the love and the loss and the trauma propriety. Memory shattering, mind is the mattering. I'm walking away while the lights start to dim, leaving the ghost on the river's grim rim. I realize now that the bridge ain't a path, it's just a monument built to the city's wrath. I don't look back, I don't even sigh. I just watch as the last of the memories die. Yeah. We
Ну
spend
чё?
our whole lives trying to get out the
Блять,
mud.
арену, не арену, даже не знаю,
Bury
ребят.
ourselves in gold velvet cups, baby.
Ебашить ее. Или не
Still
ебашить.
made of steel.
Или чуть-чуть поиграть. Все это.
I'm sipping on the poison in the pistol vessel.
Так,
Trying to
подожди.
ignore the way the demons
4 дня, вот это акция.
on the back is just a canvas for the pain. A temporary shield from the Rookian rain. I saw
Не будем, да, времени терять на это.
real snobby, like
На
being
бесполезные
the ghost was his favorite
улучшалки вот эти.
hobby.
Нахуй никому не нужны.
For the love,
Это
looking for a
точно.
person from a ceiling not above. The leather is soft, but the spirit is rough. When the world tells you more, but it's never enough. Luxury, usury, perjury, surgery, mercury,
Ну, тут
nursery,
и
the
больше
urgency
в
of
акциях
burglary.
нечего тут делать.
The thicker, thicker, quicker, slicker, the tricker.
Арена, мозаика у меня опять.
Trading the loyalty for royalty and shame. Losing every piece of his original name.
Спасибо за
The
Лукас.
ice is so bright that it blinds the sight of the wrong and the right in the middle of the night. A king in the condo, a slave to the brand, building the castle on a foundation of sand. Internal, the burn all, the yearn all, the turn all, the listen you learn all. I remember when we shared a slice, walking
Или
in the slush,
отметимся, да?
before the world got loud and the money was a rush. Now you won't even look me in the
Ладно,
eye
давай
without a check.
отметимся
With a
просто
5-carat ink
по-бырому.
heavy on your neck. Is the sparkle in the diamond worth the darkness in the chest? Is that hollow in the glam worth the failure of the test? You're living the dream, but you're dying in the scene with a faded kind of gleam and a shattered self-esteem. Calculating the hating and the waiting and the fating and the rating of the plating. The hollowing of the following is the swallowing of the wallowing and the borrowing. I'd rather walk in the dirt with my spirit in the air and sit in the velvet with a hollow vacant stare. Take the cuffs off the wrist, take the mask off the face and find the naked reality in this lonely place.
Нет. Тут не пойдет. Хотя можно было с аварии проехать, доехать просто побыстрее, да и все. Время что-то не терять. Там мне просто путь еще такой себе длинный трошки. Хотя нету 2500 у меня, очень длинный. Я вчера тут своими ежедневками чуть-чуть катнул. Там недолго осталось, в принципе. Количество рейсов просто, да, осталось? Ох, а тут вообще еще хуже намного. Сейчас, секунду, я отойду. Watching as the innocence starts to slowly disappear. The red brick is fading, the misery is trading. A calculated method for the social downgrading. This is the era of the baritone, the authority of the throne. Recording all the secrets in the monotone tone. I saw the youngins in the Coogee, the vibe was unbougie. Watching for the moment that the city gets choosy. I'm reading the script, I'm leading the trip. I'm reading the hip for the traditionalist. A rugged design, a plugged in decline, a lugged in divine for the original.
originalist. The architecture of silence is at its maximum gains, inducting all the marrow and the original pain. Every mural is a diary, every spirit is fiery, surviving in a system that is permanently wiry. The windows are boarded, the memory is hoarded, the levels of the history are solemnly recorded. I saw the crane on the corner, the gentrified mourner, turning the project into a luxury corner. I'm shaking the cage, I'm breaking the age, I'm taking the stage for the finalist. A coldest design, a boldest decline, a folded divine for the spinalist. The building is a ghost, a monument the most, a faded transmission on the Atlantic coast. I am the bone in my marrow in the tans in the rain, the living definition of a chronicle pain. The lights are going out for the very last time, leaving the architecture with the original crime. Blackout. Yeah, $4.50 for a gallon of milk. The world's going crazy. Then I saw a third eye reaching for the Tropicana, like time didn't just spend 10 years trying to kill us both. She looked different Harding. Check it. I'm standing by the racks, shifting the packs, trying to ignore the way the memory attacks. She's wearing a ring now, a different kind of ding now, but bird with a cage instead of a ring now. I remember the summer of '96, the heat and the bricks, before we learned all the dirty industry tricks. We used to share a Lucy in the G when it stoop. Now we're just strangers in the bodega loop. She turned her eyes, hit mine like a fender bender, told her surprising yet painfully tender. I saw the star on her wrist, the one that she missed when the world was a snake and the devil was hissed. She didn't blink, she didn't smile, she just stared for a mile, reading my soul like a discarded file. I wanted to ask about her mother, her brother, about the way that we used to belong to each other, but the air in the idol was thick and metallic, a bitter reminder of a love that was phallic. She walked to the counter, paid an exact change. The way she moved felt familiar but strange. Traditional, original, residual, criminal, individual, subliminal. I watched her exit the glass door into the rain, leaving nothing but the scent of her perfume and the pain. I stood there clutching a bag of frozen peas, bringing the giant of the borough to his knees. The owner said, "You okay, son?" I just nodded my head, knowing that a piece of my spirit was dead. Yeah. Yeah. They say New York never sleeps, but in here, everything is frozen in time. The summer heat don't reach these walls. It's just us, the iron and the ice. Keep your gloves on. The truth is cold. Cold storage. Pay attention. I'm the frost on the glass, the dross to the past. The only kind of secret that was destined to last. I walked through the plastic, the vibe was drastic, wrapping up the spirit in the cold elastic. The meat hooks are swinging, the silence is singing. A lullaby, misery, the morning is bringing. I saw Vito by the pallets, his hands were like stone, standing in the freezer all entirely alone. He was stacking the crates, he was tracking the rates, he was packing the fates for the capitalist. A bitter remains, a literate chains, obliterate games for the escapists. The architecture of silence is frozen in the air, holding every whisper in a hollow vacant stare. I'm freezing the time, I'm pleasing the crime, I'm seizing the prime of the specialist. A frozen display, a broken relay, a token of great for the pessimist. We're stashing the weight, we're smashing the gate, negotiating profits with a hidden mandate. The Benjamins are hidden in the side of the beef, the only kind of harvest for the urban thief. It's a poor calculation, a soul stagnation, the unopened ledger of a shattered nation. I don't feel the shiver, I deliver the river of the heart and emotions that the streets will deliver. Internal, the burn, all the yearn, all the turn, all the lesson you learn, all. I remember the days when the sun was a friend, before the world turned into a means to an end. Now I'm living in the locker, a silent unlocker, a permanent fixture for the digital shocker. I'm forging the steel, I'm holding the wheel, I'm folding the deal for the mind of this. A heavy design, a steady decline, a ready divine for the soloist. The industry is plastic, but the ice is real. Forging the integrity
Ребята, у нас, короче, есть 1,5 часа. Иду я, короче, делами своими заниматься. Не знаю, арену продолжать, не продолжать, 1,5 часа. Давай я поберу, короче, тогда те билеты, которые у меня есть, 10 откатаю, 10 заряд. Я зря их вчера купил, золотых, к сожалению. Смотри, мне тут нужно первое место поставить. Поберу, короче, тогда эту шикотну туда. Заряд и заряд. Так и вроде.
Frozen. Just the happy for four. The view from the bottom is the only one that's honest. Watching every liar failing on the broken promise. I'm sitting on the crate, I'm hitting on the fake, I'm hitting on the wait for the columnist. Rugged design, a plug in decline, a love in divine for the economist. The pavement is a teacher, the pothole is a lesson. Holding every answer to a solid urban question. I saw the suits in the shining towers, counting up the hours, unaware of the root in the nature of the powers. You're building the glass, the shielding the class, the yielding the mass for the materialist. I hollowed out prayer, I swallowed out care, a followed out snare for the imperialist. I met little Dave at the corner, he was looking for a spirit, but the city is too loud.
Ten tickets. Let's go, Wendy. Мастер сезон.
Пять хвост.
I saw the old heads nodding while the world was turning gray. Watching every memory slowly fade away. They're climbing the flight, they're rhyming the night, they're timing the light. For the oracle, a broken relay, the token the gray, a spoken.
Боря, вітаю тебе з прошедшим днем народження. Бажаю тобі щастя і здоров'я.
Дякую. Привет, Юрий. Все нормально, все хорошо, потихоньку. У вас как дела? В Казахстане там?
I'm the carbon in the diamond, the copper in the wire, the spark in the alley that starts the fire. The industry is plastic, with the pavement is real. I'm forging a spirit in the furnace of steel. I see the old heads working till their fingers are numb, waiting for a paycheck that's never gonna come. The hairs are like leather, your hearts are like lead. Fueling up a system that just wants some more dead. They're the backbone of the borough, the marrow in the bone. The only kind of royalty that don't need a throne. Mechanical, tyrannical, panical, botanical, satanical, puritanical, fanatical, organical. Grinding, finding, binding, winding, blinding, minding, the refining of the lining. It's the pressure of the block, the ticking of the clock, the turning of the key in the heavy metal lock. We're conducting the pain, we're absorbing the rain. We're running through the vein like a bullet to the brain. The spark is the struggle, the glow is the grind, the only kind of light that the blind will ever find. This bar is the pain. I saw a brother in the precinct, his spirit was a wire, conducting all the anger in the everlasting fire. He was made of the copper, he was tough and he was raw, victim of the grinder in the talons of the law. If we don't have the conduct, then the current is a waste, leaving nothing but the bitter and the metallic taste. Where the elements of struggle, the atoms of the grind, the only thing the power will eventually find. Protecting the source and neglecting the force of the untouched.
Я понял, я тебя поздравляю. Видео у тебя на канале. Да, пить можно нормально теперь тебе. Самая лучшая тачка в игре, по мне так. Удивительно, кстати, я болит никогда не любил. Это обычный. Не то, что не любил, никогда не ездил на нем. Она была, да и была у меня. Как только вышла в прошлую. Но никогда на ней не ездил. Ее там что-то вечно где-то заносило, еще какая-то хуета, блядь. Вот так вот сделали, блядь, видишь, она сейчас самая топовая тачка. Ей только жесткости не хватает. Она была потяжелее бы чуть-чуть. Да, и ускор хороший. Да у него все хорошее. Нитро, ускорение, управление. Если типа уже искать минуса в ней, то это, конечно, то ее убить могут, толкнуть, и она убьется. По сравнению с поганкой или с этим, с мотлером, то да. Я даже с какой-то вообще другой тачкой. Она легкая очень. Пластмассовая. Или алюминиевая. Но это не мешает все равно на ней тащить. В любом случае. Остров тоже хороший очень. Чуть-чуть уступает, но тоже хороший. Small math, the hard path, the aftermath of a city that only knows how to take a bath in the blood of the worker, in the sweat of the slave, building the kingdom on the edge of the grave. I'm stacking the traits, I'm tracking. Ну, не знаю, что ты будешь смотреть из випа 15-го, я имею в виду, поэтому тут еще такой момент есть. Вип работает вареньем. Тачка тачкой. Вип 15 тоже решает новое. A rugged design, a plug and decline, a lug and divine for the idealist. The naked reality is weighed on a scale in a post office lobby with the certified mail. Every penny is a piece of the DNA strand dropped in the dirt of the Brooklyn land. Or balancing the finance in the silence, that's the science of the violence, and it's just the
defiance of the street alliance. It's the grind of the metal, the settle of the dust, turning the value and the honor in the rust.
На виде 15 нитро даже еще больше у тебя будет, когда у тебя будет 15 со временем. Ты почувствуешь, там все больше будет. И управление еще лучше станет, и ускорение еще лучше станет, и нитро еще лучше станет.
I am the bone and the marrow and the tears and the rain, the living definition of the nickel pain. I don't need a balance, I need a way out from the hollow kind of whisper in the digital shout. So close the drawer, lock the safe, you the lamp and leave the receipt.
Из випа нормально тебе будет там тащить. В любом случае. Просто если будет попадаться с випом, то там этот уже не вариант. Ну то не всеми, если раки будут какие-то с випом и с тачкой. Да. Бывают райчелы, которые там не смогут сделать что-то. Я за сетку сейчас говорю, а арена тут такое. Борис, ты отходил, да?
Over. Now the math starts.
Это здесь всю дорогу был. Там до сектора минут 10 назад. Сам тебя поздравлял. Волосы дюкой. Маятни, послушай. Если отходил. Прошедший. Сколько там у меня еще билетов осталось? 3 еще осталось. Смотри, я что-то тут побыстрее залетел сюда. Вот 12 возьмем. Махмеха накопали, да, Сань? Ну давай его еще раз пизданем. Если получится. Я думаю, получится. Да нет, у него, наверное, возможности нету этот тип-то взять себе. Да и плюс толку от этого. Я ему уже давно говорил, лучше там, если деньги есть лишние, девчонку в кафе сводить куда-то, погулять или в кино.
Shadows in the park, the atmosphere is heavy and the city's getting darker. We move with the precision of a vision in the collision. The decision is division, avoiding the supervision. On the target in the penthouse, sipping on the
Здесь не успел звонить. Ладно, давай еще раз сюда тогда.
Six of mystery, history, blistering misery. Consistently listening, the visionary wizardry. I'm organizing, modernizing, synchronizing, finalizing, recognizing, visualizing, never ever compromising. We elevate, celebrate, never wait, demonstrate, mediate, educate, and recreate the state. I'm the architect, dark effect, start to wreck in the intellect, interconnect, and respect the deck. It's the gallows geometry, the lines in the street, where the kings and the killers eventually meet. Brooklyn DNA.
Yeah, measure the weight.
One wrong move and you seal your fate.
Check the John, check the caliber. The manager, the street scavenger. I'm the challenger that'll damage your whole calendar. Moving steadily, readily, heavily, and deadly, legendarily, temporarily, extraordinarily. I saw the feds in the Crown Vic, cameras on the dash, trying to catch a titan while he's counting up the cash. But the DNA is digital, the movement is invisible, leaving every critic in a state that is critical.
Back at the safe house, the radiators humming. We all knew the reckoning was eventually coming. The silver ledgers open, the names are written in red. And the voices of the dead pulled the heavy curtain back. Saw the Brooklyn Bridge, a monument dividing on the edge of the ridge. We are the coast of the borough, the post of the brick. The reality is heavy and the tension is thick.
I'm the magistrate, master state, calculate the faster rate. Activate and never ever bastigate.
I'm the pioneers, premierist, the fearless interference.
Delirious and serious, mysterious engineering.
It's the dominance, the dominance of competing for tolerance.
Honorance and consequence of confidence.
Brooklyn DNA.
Track ain't the gallows geometry.
Testing incomplete math at the street.
Measure the distance between the truth and the grave. The mass never lies.
Liquidating the waiting, anticipating the freight, calculated and stated, negotiated the weight. The proprietor was quieter, organizing the rioter. A higher tier flyer gear, street level supplier here. I'm the architect.
Да, я вот так сделал с таким этим. Мне не надо ни Гаусса, ни Шмауса. Дело тут не в этом. Это трансляция идет, а у меня этот просчетливость. А у меня творческая студия, типа закрытая трансляция уже. Я тут отвлекся просто на нее. Я через творческую студию смотрю этот, и стримы, и этот.
Silver briefcase,
Комментарии.
metal against the palm in the eye of the storm. I'm maintaining the calm. The Italian connection is waiting at Pier 17. A high stakes chess match, if you know what I mean. I don't deal with
И из этого сейчас последнюю катку проебал.
and the magnetic force. The DNA is heavy, like the lead in the keel. A narrative of power made of Brooklyn steel.
То, что вот там на отвертке быстрее уходит, это вообще похуй. Ой, а вот это уже плохо.
Staying alive in the five, taking the dive, making the drive to arrive in the hive shit. Now I navigate, activate, captivate, and dominate, innovate, liberate, and renegotiate the state. The anatomy, academy, gravity of the heights, the vanity, insanity, and the highest the price. I'm the visual, is spiritual, is lyrical, miracle, is the original, is clinical, is something additional, lyrical.
I'm the master trait, master state, calculate the faster rate, captivate, activate, and never ever pass the gate. I'm the pioneerist, premierist, the fearless interference, the lyricist is serious, mysterious, engineerist.
Brooklyn DNA, no intro needed. The message is clear. The concrete testament, the only voice you hear. One man, one microphone, and the borough one is back. The waterfront is quiet, and the legend stays black.
Consignment complete. No witnesses. Track 7.
Так,
In this city, you either have the lead
что там разворотом накрутил, неизвестно.
I prefer the word. It lasts longer.
Check the seat in the mid and it's strictly for the heavy. Gasoline on tilted. I'm feeling more than ready, sipping on the espresso. The pressure is
Сейчас мы вернемся к нему.
while the neighborhood is guessing. I don't need the bar. I just
Где он там был?
leave a permanent mark like a predator or a shark.
Я его перезвоню, если попадется мне.
Letting seeds of power in every single furrow.
He thought he was a king, but he
Реально,
was just a
который...
pawn. Now his reputation and his whole crew is gone, trying to play the heavy, but he didn't have the weight. Met him at the pier just to settle up the fate. He begged for a second, but I didn't have the time. I'm the architect of the struggle in the rhyme. I'm the silent partner, the one who signs the checks while you're chasing shadows. I'm stepping on your necks from the heights of the penthouse to the subway floor. I'm the lock, the key, and the slamming of the door. Brooklyn DNA, it's the royalty of brand. I'm the iron fist inside the velvet hand. Keep your eyes on the prize and your mouth shut tight. In the city of the kings, we own the whole damn night.
I'm the operator, navigator, calculator, terminator, narrator of the street, the originator, innovator. The geometry is poetry, the prophecy is honesty, the policy is sovereignty is conquering the modesty. I'm a visionary, missionary, dictionary, legendary, making every adversary stationary in the cemetery.
Wait,
I mean making them stationary in the territory.
Fake out at the end is a classic 90s technical move.
Look at the skyline, the lights are looking cold. A million different stories that have never been told. I've seen the best minds broken by the greed and the lust, building up empires that eventually turn to dust. But the DNA is solid, it's the iron in the soul. Taking back the city and we taking back control. One track down, 14 left to burn. And the concrete testament is filing your turn.
The meeting is adjourned. See you at the docks.
Ой! Ладно. Прям как всегда, блядь. Хотел ее поменять, забыл.
So I kept the concept, this step through the precept, accept the neglect while the secrets are well kept. It's a strict edit, a conflict to predict. I'll flip the convict to restrict what I depict. I'm shifting the friction, lifting addiction, gifting the non-fiction, sifting the addiction. The circumstances governed by the standard of the force, remanding the commander to the cannon level source. Saw the sun rising over the scrap yard or Cherry Street, watching the winter wind turn to hustle. In the the lines on my father's face, a record of the struggle and the speed of the city's pace. I don't need to list my names, the concrete knows my stride. The DNA is etched in the
Ну ладно, уже доеду этих 7 билетов, короче, похуй. Успею там, сверху не успею.
I'm the last witness standing on the corner of the truth, documenting the decay and the fire of the urban youth. I don't hum melodies, I scream the reality of the code, the final testimony that was destined to be told.
Brooklyn DNA, it's the iron and the heavy ink. The missing link that forces the whole world to stop and think.
Видимо, не доеду, блядь.
Down every single street.
It's the closing of the chapter and the master of the rafter, never looking at the past of the disaster that was after. As I'm building up the factor and the logic of the reactor with the impact of the tractor in the middle of the sector.
Yeah, no more words needed. Yeah. Check the texture, the gesture, pressure of the vesture. A permanent testament, the ultimate investiture. 15 tracks, 15 scars, one single soul. Taking the fragments and making the entirety whole. The ledger is closed, the tape is at the end of the reel. Brooklyn DNA, this is how the concrete feels. street. Assignment, the outlaw ambition. Southpaw position. Overall fall addition to the lockjaw condition. I'm breaking the pattern, shaking the satin, taking the slatting to the light of the Latin. No listing the titles, just twisting the vitals, resisting the idols in the street level cycle. I saw the gavel fall in the courtroom of the gutter, where the only truth you hear is the words the triggers mutter. I don't need a lawyer, I just need a steady hand, navigating through the shadows of this godforsaken land. The DNA is ironclad, it's the lead in the chrome, building up a fortress in the place I call my home. We move like the Titans, heavy-footed in the dark, leaving every witness with a permanent grade mark. I'm the type to ignite the light and fight the might with all my spite. In the middle of the night, I'm keeping the vision in my sight. It's a calculation, calibration, mental liberation, central station, devastation of the whole nation. Yeah, motivation through the grit. I'm the core of a war with a roar on the floor, closing the door on the weak and the poor. I stand on the land with a demand in my hand, leading the band through the burning of sand. It's the gravity, anatomy, calamity of the hustle, the vanity, insanity, and profanity of the muscle. Brooklyn DNA, track 11. The verdict is in. We don't play to lose, and we don't play to win. We play the rules. I'm sharpening the blade, erasing the shade. The testament of Brooklyn and the glory of the raid. One voice, one vision, one legacy in the making. Back the city while the foundation is shaping, the ledger is weighted. The seal is set. 11 tracks down, and we ain't finished yet. Yeah. I kept the concept, the step through the precept, accept the neglect while the secrets are well kept. It's a strict edict, a conflict of predict, afflict the convict and restrict what I depict. I'm shifting the friction, lifting addiction, drifting the non-fiction, sifting the addiction. The circumstances governed by the standard of the force, remanding the commander to the candid level source. Saw the sun rising over the scrap yard of Cherry Street, watching the winter wind trying to hustle in the bittersweet. The ledger isn't paper, it's the lines on my father's face, a record of the struggle and the speed of the city's pace. I don't need to list my names, the concrete knows my stride. The DNA is etched in the places where the legends hide. From the rooftops to the basement, the story is the same, just a different set of players in the cold-blooded game.
Вот. Все-таки надо на Трамп, да, прыгать? Я думал, так обойду. Но нет. Вот я обошел бы, но что-то очень я поверил в тачки в эти.
The missing link that forces the whole world to stop and think. The seal is set, the story is finally complete. The sound of the burrow echoing down every single street.
It's the closing of the chapter and the master of the rafter, never looking at the past of the disaster that was after us. I'm building up the factor and the logic of the reactor with the pack of the tractor in the middle of the sector.
Yeah, no more words needed.
Check the texture, the gesture pressure of the vesture, a permanent testament, the ultimate investiture. 15 tracks, 15 scars, one single soul, taking the fragments and making the entirety whole. The ledger is closed, the tape is at the end of the reel. Brooklyn DNA, this is how the concrete feels. Yeah. This is closing up. No more words needed. You hear though? That's the sound of the city breathing. But it's gotta collapse tomorrow.
You hear that? That's the sound of the city breathing. But it's gonna collapse tomorrow.
Yo, step off the G train, felt the steel in my veins, trying to spill some peace while I'm dealing with pains. The city is a pity, looking gritty and gray. I'm just sitting in the shadows till the break of the day. See the underground is wonderbound, thunder sounds heavy. Keep a steady hand ready by the edge of the levee. I ain't talking about the rain, I'm talking about the train where the money and the blood all look the same in the vein. I saw a man with a hollow look inside a hollow point of view. He was standing by the corner of the joint where the dealers used to work until the precinct made a move. Now he's looking for a rhythm that he doesn't have to prove. It's a cold world, soul for a bolt and a screw. Where the gold gets old and the vultures are new. I don't bark, I just park in the dark of the arc, leaving the mark like a spark on the bark of a shark.
Wait, shift the energy. Concrete is cold. Gold. Concrete is cold. The soul is bought and sold.
Yeah. The concrete is cold, the soul is bought and sold. The story is old, but the truth is never told. I'm ghosting the coasting, boasting the boasting, posting up silent while the city is toasting. Got a pocket full of nothing but a mind full of weight. watching the clock while I'm standing at the gate. No listing the titles, no listing the fame, just listing the reasons why they forgotten your name. They say the light at the tunnel's end is nothing but a train coming fast to erase all the memory of pain. I'm the conductor of the chaos, the logic in the mess, putting the chest with a ghost who's wearing a dress.
Nah, that's a metaphor for death.
I'm blessed by the stress. The DNA is dirty, it's the oil in the grate. The reality is heavy and I'm living in it. From the turnstiles to the penthouse, the vibe is the same. Just a different kind of player in a different kind of game.
Concrete is cold. Concrete is cold.
Ну, очень плохо проехал. Что-то на слабоне задумался о своем, что-то сейчас.
While I'm passing the gas, the mechanics of the panic is satanic and organic in the middle of the Atlantic, looking frantic and gigantic. No, off the tech gear, just the Rick and ball swing in the borough of the banger and the borough of the king. Brooklyn DNA, track 10 remastered. The testament is raw and the ledger is plastered.
No more lists, just a street. See you on the platform.
Сейчас постараюсь сосредоточиться на гонке.
Frenetic description, poetic description, synthetic affliction, prophetic conviction, the outlaw endeavor, the southpaw forever, a world flaws clever to the lockjaw lever. I'm mapping the blueprint, tracking the footprint, lacking the new hint, stacking the blue tint, no listing the titles, just twisting the vitals, resisting the idols in the street level cycles.
The blade is hanging by a silver thread, counting the living and the words unsaid. In the glass guillotine, the reflection is cold, a story of power that's never been told.
Never been told. Saw the silhouette leaning on the glass of the tower, counting up the minutes of the final dark hour. The city is a circuit, I work it and jerk it, avoiding the surface and the people who murder it. The DNA's common, the heart is departed, growing up tough in the concrete garden. We stand on the edge with the demand and the pledge, driving the spike through the industrial wedge. I'm the type to ignite the light and fight the light before my fight in the middle of the night. I'm keeping the vision in my sight. It's a calculation, calibration, mental liberation, central station of the station of the whole nation. Yeah, shift the gears. I walk the walk, I talk the talk, I mark the chalk, I stalk the hawk, I lock the dock, I shock the block, the gravity, anatomy, calamity of the grind, the vanity, insanity, and mastery of the mind. Brooklyn DNA, track 14, the blade is falling, the ledger is open and the shadows are calling. One track left.
14, the reflection of the light.
Everything is magnetism, street level fatalism, escaping the cataclysm with lyrical radicalism. It's a vivid skepticism, shattering the pessimism, maintaining the optimism through the urban prism. I'm equal to the task, ripping off the mask in the glow of the flash, where the legends are past them. Bother to ask, just perform the subtask in the shadows of the cast. Let the truth now unmask. I'm moving the proving the grooving the design, crossing the, tossing the, bossing the line. The geometry of Brooklyn is a calculating force, directing the commander to the rightful source. I remember the corner of Atlantic where the air felt old, and the stories of the borough were the only thing sold. Saw an old man with a crown made of cardboard and wire, telling tales of the city through the smoke and the fire. He didn't have a name, just a look in his eye, like he'd seen every king rise and every king die. He handed me a coin, say, keep the DNA clean. Then he vanished in the shadows of the G-Train machine. I'm the type to rearrange the exchange of the strange in the range with a gauge on the stage, never acting my age in the cage. It's a calculation, calibration, mental liberation, central station, devastation of the whole nation. I'm mapping the blueprint, tracking the footprint, lacking a new hint. Yeah. One voice, one truth. I move with the groove. I move with the groove. I move
Все, иду, короче, перекур сделаю. Едем в это. Классика.
Now I'm sharpening the axe, igniting the wax, relaxing the tax, and erasing the lax, the climax of the syntax, the impact of the facts, mapping out the tracks in the middle of the stacks. The DNA is solid, never squalid attain. 15 different methods of protecting the name. This is the unwritten ledger, the ways of thin ledger, the ultimate pleasure of the urban measure. No titles, no medals, no trophies on the shelf, just the compass of the mind and the mastery of self. Whooping DNA, the final cipher is complete. The testament is closed, I'm walking off the street. One voice, one voice, one voice, one voice, one voice, one voice, one legacy. I move with the groove. Yeah, one voice, one voice. I move with the
Did you hear that shit? Stay in motion. Stay in motion. Stay in motion.
I'm the curling, the voltage in the vein, pushing through the puddle, dancing in the rain. I'm wired to the socket, the rocket in the pocket, locking every profit, and I'm never gonna stock it. The rich is better back up, I see the static rising. Brooklyn is the vessel and the hustle's energizing. I'm a live wire, fire in the freezer, a street level scholar, a current click believer. No switch, I'm on the lyrics, I spit it like I live it. If the world is taking everything, I'm here to never give it. I'm mapping the longitude, scrapping the attitude, rapping the solitude and the clapping the gratitude. The BQE is glowing like a circuit in the dark, leaving everybody with a permanent mark. Cerebral sanctuary, a temporary adversary, legendary visionary in a stationary library. I'm the navigator, the data translator, the radiator hissing like a traitor instigator.
The city's got a fever, you can feel it in the grid. Between unspoken secrets and the history we hid, I see the transformers bleeding oil on the street, while the Con Ed workers try to measure the heat. This ain't a game, it's a vault, a mechanic confession, a long-range vision for an urban obsession. I'm climbing the pylons, touching the sky with a lo-fi frequency and a bloodshot eye.
Brooklyn is electric, the pulse is erratic, filtering the wisdom through the heavy set static. We're the sons of the surge, the daughters of the watt, taking every single piece of the glory we got. I don't trust the meters, I trust the vibration, the unfiltered truth of a stunted generation. One hand on the breakup, one hand on the soul, keeping the power while I'm losing control.
An anatomy, a strategy, a catastrophic tragedy. Actually, the faculty of mastering the master.
I'm regulating the valve, calculating the solve, manipulating the salve, while the problems evolve. Systematic, static, diplomatic, erratic, autocratic, addict. The mechanic is emphatic. I'm the carbon monoxide, the hardened on the inside, the star rider, a far wider, dark rider. Check the octaves in the pockets of the topics, toxic microscopics from the Arctic to the tropics. I write for the right, in the light of the night, a sight of the mic, in a tight little flight. Metabolic, frolic, symbolic, and diabolic. Melancholic, logic, alcoholic, and apostolic. Rope on DNA, it's sparking the lead, feeding every circuit with the words that they need. One more lap round the vote before the fuses all blow. Watching the entire world start to brighten and glow.
With a pulse in the wide, the heat in the cold, a story of energy that never been told. Can you feel the surge? Yeah. Can you feel the light? We're the only ones awake in the middle of the night. Oh, 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 yeah. With a pulse in the wire. Hey, yeah. Hey, with a pulse in the wire. Oh.
Time to face the time, I'm a mind in the mind, trying to find a better find while I'm blind to the blind. I'm on the mind, leaving the behind, a kind of soul with a grind to grind. I'm the meticulous, ridiculous, conspicuous, and vicarious, navigating the precarious. My delivery is multifarious. I'm mapping out the stratosphere, trapping all the atmosphere, gapping every past fear. Invested your gesture in the measure of pressure.
I'm the last
Все, я тут, едем.
on the street.
Walking to the rhythm of the beat.
The city is a mirror, can't you see?
Reflecting everything I'm meant to be. I see the yellow calves prowling like hungry wolves in the rain, looking for a fair to help them forget the daily strain. I'm just a silhouette behind the tinted glass of the soul, watching the chaos of the borough take its heavy toll. The street lights are halos for the saints of the night shift, giving the weary reminder much needed spiritual lift. It's not about the destination, it's the quality of the ride. With the spirit of the 90s burning like a flame inside. No ego, no jewelry, just the weight of the words flying through the concrete canyon like a flight of birds. Categorical, oracle, historical, rhetorical, metaphorical, deplorable. The story so memorable. I'm regulating the valve, calculating the solve, manipulating the sound. While the problems evolve, cerebral sanctuary, a temporary adversary, legendary, visionary in a stationary library. I'm the navigator, the human nature translator, the radiator, hissing like the traitor instigator. Back in the pocket like a key in the ignition of the mind. Leaving all the static in the background noise behind. The harp is the grace, but the drums are the grit. And I'm the one making sure the whole puzzle's a fit. It's the SP1200, the soul of the 94. Walking through the shadows to the industry door. Brooklyn DNA, it's the light that never fades. Surviving through the darkness in the heavy set shade. So let the last light flicker on the corner of the block while I'm keeping perfect time with the ticking of the clock. One hand on the light, one hand on the dark, leaving my signature in a permanent mark. The last light is the key while the rest of the world is falling fast asleep.
Stay away, see the vision. 7-8, where the last
Не пролетел там.
Yeah.
Anatomy.
Word. Dead ass in the cipher. The sniper is hyper. Swiper the viper. The light in the piper. I'm pushing the weight. The fate of the state. Navigate the gate where the apes instigate. See the steez in the breeze. Brooklyn on its knees. Squeeze the sleeves till the enemies freeze. I'm a ghost on the block. Locking the clock. Shocking the stock. Put the rock in the sock. Real tap, no chatter. This bladder won't matter when the batter is thick and the patter get fatter. I'm mapping the longitudes. Scrapping the attitudes. Rapping the solitude and the clapping the gratitude. The BQE's the vein, the stain of the pain. Driving through the rain just to drain off the brain. Cerebral sanctuary. A temporary adversary. Legendary visionary in a stationary library.
through the night. Shadows drown the fading light. Every dream just pulls apart. Me and my broken heart. Lost inside, I call your name, but the silence feels the same. Through the fire, through the dark, me and my broken heart.
Блядь, я тут даже.
Me and my broken heart, falling slow. Me and my broken heart, can't let go. Me lost inside the rain. Can't escape, can't restart me and my broken heart. Broken heart, fading slow. Broken heart, don't let go. Me and my broken heart, falling slow. Me and my broken heart, can't let go. Me and my broken heart, lost in you. Me and my broken heart, nothing's true. Me and my broken I feel your fire under my skin. Every secret pulling me in the dark. I hear a sigh. Every shadow tells me why. Every word I breathe tonight cuts so deep, but feels so right. Hold me close, don't say goodbye. Trust my heart, I never lie. I never lie when I look at you.
Хватит. Не, ну скорее всего
I never lie.
этого сезона, который сейчас на первом месте, там уже
I never lie.
не знаю, что он там делал. И с хвалами занимался. Или кресты себе ставил.
Lost in your
Но по чесноку типа я не успею за ним уже. Пусть будет на первом. Урод его ебать. Говнаря этого дивизионе в этом я имею в виду.
Your hands control the way I feel. Every moment feels too real. No escape,
Уже Камара, блядь. Рейд нахуячивает себе. Ключевая ебана.
Shadows fall, I call your name. Every night it feels the same. Empty streets, no way through. Still I reach, can't find you. In the dark, I'm breaking down. Lost in echoes, no one found. Every step pulls me through, but I still can't find you. Can't find you. Can't find
Сейчас музыку поменяю. Это под это нихуя не лицо у меня. Снимать тут будет. Пизда ебаная.
Засинає чорний ліс, сонечко вже сіло, тихо-тихо навкруги, спить країна мила, не щебече соловей у зеленім гаю, а дівчина край води сльози проливає. Не щебече соловей у зеленім гаю, а дівчина край води сльози проливає. Зажурився старий дід, щось бурмоче стиха, не наколиш більше дров, не накоїш лиха, а дівчинонька ота, Україна мати, нема кому боронить, кому визволяти. А дівчино донька ота, Україна мати, нема кому боронить, кому визволяти. Ось ти, пане, батько наш, поведи до бою, хай покаже москалям нашу силу і волю. Україну ми спасем, і вона засяє жовтим відблиском шабель, ще й блакитним сяйвом. Україну ми спасем, і вона засяє жовтим відблиском шабель, ще й блакитним сяйвом. Україну ми спасем, і вона засяє жовтим відблиском шабель, ще й блакитним сяйвом.
Зелене листя, білі каштани, зелене листя, білі каштани, зелене листя, білі каштани. Ой, як то сумно, як вечір стане, зелене листя, білі каштани. Ой, як то сумно, як вечір стане, ой, як то сумно, ой, як то нудно, ой, як то сумно, ой, як то нудно, ой, як то сумно, ой, як то нудно. Любила хлопця, забути трудно, ой, як то сумно, ой, як то нудно. Любила хлопця, забути трудно, любила хлопця 1,5 року, любила хлопця 1,5 року, любила хлопця 1,5 року, поки не взнали вороги збоку. А як узнали, розщебетали, а як узнали, розщебетали, а як узнали, розщебетали, бодай же вони щастя не мали, а як узнали, розщебетали, бодай же вони щастя не
до церкви та й помолюся. Сусіди близькі, вороги тяжкі, сусіди близькі, вороги тяжкі, сусіди близькі, вороги тяжкі. Пийте, гуляйте, як собі знайте, сусіди близькі, вороги тяжкі. Пийте, гуляйте, як собі знайте, 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 де ходять двоє, не розлучайте, пийте, гуляйте, як собі знайте, де ходять двоє, не розлучайте.
Спить ставок, де колишуться віти, вітерець в верболозах заснув, десь заграла плакуча гітара, там дівчина зустрічала весну, десь заграла плакуча гітара, там дівчина зустрічала весну. Десь поїдеш далеко, далеко, так далеко від мого села, і не скаже той місяць за хмари, що у нього кохана була. Не скаже той місяць за хмари, що у нього кохана була. Ой, не плач, не журися, дівчино, ой, не плач, не сумуй, не ридай. Через рік, як цвістиме калина, мене зустрічай. Через рік, як цвістиме калина, в тихий вечір мене зустрічай. Ось прийшла довгождана хвилина, і прийшла довгождана пора, і дівчина прийшла до калини, а милого нема та й нема. І дівчина прийшла до калини, а милого нема та й нема. Ой, нема та й не буде, бо така вже дівоча судьба. Треба знати, як хлопців кохати, і як вірити в їхні слова. Треба знати, як хлопців кохати, і як вірити в їхні слова. козак за Дунай, сказав дівчино, прощай, ти конику вороненький, неси та гуляй.
Постій, постій, мій козаче, твоя дівчина плаче, на кого ж ти покидаєш, тільки подумай.
Лучше було б не ходить, лучше було б не любить, лучше було б та й не знать, чим тепер забувать.
Вийшла руки заломавши, і тяженько заплакавши, як ти мене покидаєш, тільки подумай.
Білих ручок не ламай, ясних очок не стирай, мене з війни і славою собі дожидай.
Лучше було б не ходить, лучше було б не любить, лучше було б та й не знать, чим тепер забувать. Ой, не хочу я нічого, тільки тебе лиш одного. Будь здоровий, мій миленький, а все пропадай.
Свиснув козак на коня, залишайся здорова, як не згину, то вернуся через 3 года. Лучше було б не ходить, лучше було б не любить, лучше було б та й не знать, чим тепер забувать. Їхав козак за Дунай, сказав дівчино, прощай.
Ти конику вороненький, скачи та гуляй. Постій, постій, мій козаче, твоя дівчина плаче, на кого ж ти покидаєш, тільки подумай.
Лучше було б не ходить, лучше було б не любить, лучше було б та й не знать, чим тепер забувать. В сірому тумані літає наша драма. Знову кілометри ведуть мене в дорогу. Ти, циганко, нагадай тої любові. Циганко, нагадай любов, що без туману, душа хоче одну, ту саму і жадану, Циганко, нагадай любов, що без туману, душа хоче одну, повернуть. Циганко, нагадай, циганко, нагадай, любов, що без туману,
Любов, що без туману,
душа хоче одну, ту саму і жадану.
ту саму і жадану.
Хуёвый, короче, сервер. После кадров пошли.
Карпатський звук у тиші ранній. Туман здіймається до хмар. Там вітер носить пісню давню, де гори гріє сонця жар. Співаю я тут у долині, туман танцює по землі, і серце моє так ликує, душа летить
Ну
у
все, в общем.
ці ліса.
Хуёво все работает.
І вітер знову прошепоче, щаслива буде.
Еще несколько заездов сделаю и все, выключаю.
Мій шлях туди, де світлі тіні,
Серию на следующий стрим я поменяю.
де обрій кличе за собою. Тут спокій душу напоїв би, той час предвічності, як знак. Ой, гори, заберіть ви мої думки, несіть мене в своїх краях. Твою любов я в серці знаю, давно вже з вітром полетіла, як в небі вільний, вільний птах. Співаю я тут у долині, туман танцює по землі, і серце моє так радіє, душа летить у ті ліси. А вітер знову прошепоче, щаслива будеш серед гір ти назавжди.
Засинає чорний ліс, сонечко вже сіло,
Сейчас, секунду.
тихо-тихо навкруги, спить вкраїна мила, не щебече соловей у зеленім гаю, а дівчина край води сльози проливає. Не щебече соловей у зеленім гаю, а дівчина край води сльози проливає. Зажурився старий дід, щось бурмоче стиха. Не наколиш більше дров, не накоїш лиха, а дівчинонька ота, Україна мати, нема кому боронить, кому визволяти, а дівчинонька ота, Україна мати, нема кому боронить, кому визволяти. Батьку наш, поведи до бою, хай покаже москалям нашу силу і волю. Україну ми спасем, і вона засяє жовтим відблиском шабель, ще й блакитним сяйвом. Україну ми спасем, і вона засяє жовтим відблиском шабель, ще й блакитним сяйвом. Україну ми спасем, і вона засяє жовтим відблиском шабель, ще й блакитним сяйвом. Темна нічка гори вкрила, полонину всю залила, а в ній постать сніжно-біла, гуцул Ксеню в ній пізнав. Він дивився в очі сині, тихо спершись на соснині, і слова палки любові він до неї промовляв. Гуцулко Ксеню, я тобі на трембіті, лиш одній цілім світі розкажу про любов. Душа страждає, звук трембіти лунає, а що серце кохає, бо гаряче, мов жар. Вже пройшло гаряче літо, гуцул іншу любив скрито, а гуцулку чорноброву він в останню ніч прощав. Черемоша грали хвилі, сумували гощі сині, тільки вітер на соснині сумну пісню вигравав. Гуцулко Ксеню, я тобі на трембіті, лиш одній цілім світі розкажу про любов. Душа страждає, звук трембіти лунає, а що серце кохає, бо гаряче, мов жар. Така любов буває раз ніколи, вона ж промчить над зламаним життям. За нею будуть бігти, видно, коли, вона ж порве нам спокій до струни, вона ж слова поспалює вустами. Спини мене, спини і схамене. Душа страждає, звук трембіти лунає, а що серце кохає, бо гаряче, мов жар, бо гаряче, мов жар, бо гаряче, мов жар. Час рікою пливе, як зустрів я тебе, як зустрів я тебе, моя пташко. Довго-довго дивився, марно очі трудив, а впізнати тебе було важко. Довго-довго дивився, марно очі трудив, а впізнати тебе було важко. Ти висока струнка, в тебе руса коса, в тебе очі сумні, невеселі, і уста вже не ті, не солодкі такі. Скажи, хто цілував їх без мене, і уста вже не ті, не солодкі такі. Скажи, хто цілував їх без мене. Як зустрінеш колись, привітай, усміхнись. Усміхнись, як колись усміхалась, хоч пройшли вже роки, і ми стали батьки, але наша любов не зів'яла. Хоч пройшли вже роки, ми стали батьки, але наша любов не зів'яла. Почуєш колись біля свого вікна, що хтось плаче і гірко зітхає, не вставай, не трудись, не тривож свого сна, тільки знай, що тебе хтось кохає. Не вставай, не трудись, не тривож свого сна, тільки знай, що тебе хтось кохає. А у тебе є син, а у мене дочка. Ох, як схожі вони між собою, то давай же ми їх об'єднаєм навік, коли нам не судилось з тобою. То давай же ми їх об'єднаєм навік, коли нам не судилось з тобою.
Що за садом, а та роза, що в саду, не той милий, що двох любить, а той милий, що одну. Не той милий, що двох любить, повсихали, а ти травко зелені. Мене дома усі лають, а ти, милий, пожалій. Мене дома усі лають, в тебе мила, як би думав тебе брать через місяця, може й раніше, зорі, а мені завжди туман. Кому радість, кому горе, а мені завжди печаль.
Давай еще чуток покажу.
Та роза, що за садом, а та роза, що в саду, не той милий, що двох любить, а той милий, що одну.
Так, до конца сезона сколько? Я вот хочу проверить. Матч 7. Уже в 2 часа у нас время перевели. Час заканчивался, сейчас 2 уже заканчивается ночь. Сезон. Я чтоб для себя знать. Двое у меня 3 ночи.
То дівчина розпустила коси,
По всемирному времени.
гулять не ходила, молодого хлопця навік полюбила, проводжала мати сина у солдати, молоду невістку в поле жито жати, жала вона, жала, жала, не дожала, і до сходу сонця то полею стала. Прийшов син до хати, здрастуй, рідна мати, де ж моя дружина, що не йде зустрічати? Не питайся, сину, про свою дружину, бери топір в руки, рубай тополину. Як ударив перше, вона й похилилась, як ударив друге, вона й попросилась. Не рубай, коханий, бо я твоя мила, на моєму листі спить твоя дитина. Ой, чиє ж то жито, чиї ж то покоси, не спіши, дівчата, розпускати коси. Ой, чиє ж то жито, чиї ж то покоси, не спіши, дівчата, розпускати коси. Прийшов син до хати, здрастуй, рідна мати, де ж моя дружина, що не йде зустрічати? Не питайся, сину, про свою дружину, бери топір в руки, рубай тополину.
Бля, это ёбаный, сука. Невозможно ездить, сука, с этим рассинхроном, этим пидорским.
Прийшов син до хати, здрастуй, рідна мати, де ж моя дружина, що не йде зустрічати? Не питайся, сину, про свою дружину, бери топір в руки, рубай тополину.
близенько, сонце низенько, вечір близенько, спішу до тебе, моє серденько, сонце низенько. Ой, гаю, при Дунаю, соловей шебече, він свою всю пташину до гніздечка кличе. Ой, тях-тях, і тях-тях-тях, соловей шебече, він свою всю пташину до гніздечка кличе. Ой, тях-тях, і тях-тях-тях, соловей шебече, він свою всю пташину до гніздечка кличе. Ой, лунаю, при Дунаю, там музика грає, бас гуде, скрипка плаче, милий мій гуляє. Ой, тях-тях, і тях-тях-тях, там музика грає, бас гуде, скрипка плаче, милий мій гуляє. Ой, тях-тях, і тях-тях-тях, там музика грає, бас гуде, скрипка плаче, милий мій гуляє. Ой, у гаю, при Дунаю, стою самотою, плачу, тужу, ще ридаю, милий, за тобою. Ой, тях-тях, і тях-тях-тях, соловей щебече, він свою всю пташину до гніздечка кличе. Ой, тях-тях, і тях-тях-тях, соловей щебече, він свою всю пташину до гніздечка кличе. всю ніченьку карі очі з милим розмовляла, всю ніченьку карі очі з милим розмовляла. Цвіте терен, цвіте терен, листя опадає. Хто кохання не пізнає, той горя не знає. Хто кохання не пізнає, той горя не знає. Цвіте терен, цвіте терен, листя опадає. Хто кохання не пізнає, той горя не знає. Хто кохання не пізнає, той горя не знає. Ой-я-є. Подивись, як сонце сяє в моїх очах, сяє в очах моїх відблиском дня. Сьогодні я така, що аж серце палає. Коханий, твоя любов мене окриляє. Гарна я, ти не забувай, яка в тебе я. Гарна я, сильніше мене обіймай. Подивись, яка сьогодні в тебе гарна я, як світанок у тумані, мов пісня солов'я. Подивись, яка гарна я, твоя весна, твоя зоря. Вітер шепоче, тане в траві, мов бандурист грає в душі. Кожен дотик, кожен рух, ти мій ранок, ти мій звук. Гарна я, ти не забувай, яка в тебе я. Гарна я, сильніше мене обіймай. Подивись, яка сьогодні в тебе гарна я, як світанок у тумані, мов пісня солов'я. Подивись, яка гарна я, твоя весна, твоя зоря. Річка тече, і я, мов вода, танцюю у ритмі, де є ти і я. Дивись у очі, в них моя земля. Гарна я, подивись, яка сьогодні в тебе гарна я, як світанок у тумані, мов пісня солов'я. Подивись, яка гарна я, твоя весна, твоя зоря. Подивись, яка сьогодні в тебе гарна я, як світанок у тумані, мов пісня
садочку, де пахучий бузок розцвіта. Приходи ти до мене, мій милий, милесенький, під віконцем моїм ти стояв. Приходи ти до мене, мій милий, милесенький, під віконцем моїм ти стояв. Приходив ти до мене щоночі, обіцяв мене вірно кохать. І не я тебе, милий, заставила на весіллі другу цілувать. І не я тебе, милий, заставила.
Три кнопки, короче, еще. И выключаю стрим. Появляется топ-стрим.
Зустрічаєшся тайно з подругою, у гай зелений ти з нею йдеш, але ж ім'ям ти залишаєшся.
Да то ну нахуй.
Моїм ім'ям подругу звеш.
Эх.
Але ж ім'ям ти залишаєшся. Моїм ім'ям подругу звеш. Не піду я з тобою на вулицю, моя гордість мені не велить. Якщо серце моє заспокоїться, то подружки воно замовчить.
Вампир заебут.
Якщо серце моє заспокоїться, то подружки воно замовчить. Не приходь, ти вже більше до мене і не стій. Ти під моїм вікном. Щастя, чужого мені не потрібно. Мені стане на мій вік свого. Щастя, чужого мені не потрібно. Мені стане на мій вік свого.
Last race.
Як місяць зійшов,
Последняя катка на сегодня.
я тебе чекала. Твій конь
стежку я знав, і мати пускала. Найменша сестра бодай не зросла, сідельця сховала. Найменша сестра бодай не зросла, сідельця сховала.
А старша сестра сідельце знайшла, коня осідлала. Поїдь, братику, до дівчиноньки, що тебе чекала. Поїдь, братику, до дівчиноньки, що тебе чекала. Тече річенька, невеличенька, скочу, перескочу. Вітай же мене, моя матінко, за кого я схочу. Вітай же мене, моя матінко, за кого я схочу. Не йдіть, дівчата, рано
Все, Клара вам.
бо не прийшла
Бай-бай.
ще ваша пора.
Game over.
Я молодою заміж
Все, встретимся
вийшла, тепер я знаю,
на
що
следующем
то біда.
Камчанском.
Молодою заміж вийшла, тепер я знаю, що то біда. Як заміж вийдеш, треба вміти і наварити, і напекти, дрова принести, хату підмести, ще